Ready, Sam? All right, I'm going to call our meeting back to order at 1:20, and we're going to handle our 6.7 1 p.m. item, which is a public hearing. We'll be setting as the Lake County Sanitation District Board of Directors for consideration of an ordinance amending Section 721B of the Sewer Use Ordinance, Appendix A of the Lake County Ordinance Code, increasing sewer use fees for South Lakeport, Land's End, and Reeves Point, AD 9-1 and ED 9-3. And we're going to start with our Special Districts Department.
Good morning, good afternoon, board and residents. I'm Robin Bore, your Special Districts Administrator. And we're going to go through the proposed sewer rate Proposition 218 study for the district in regards to the rates that haven't been adjusted in over a decade. And the reason why these need to be done, they should be done every 5 years. It keeps the district whole. The district needs to be fully self-sufficient. It's an enterprise fund, so the ratepayers need to pay for the services they're receiving. And so we're doing that now, and this having a current rate study also enables the district to apply for grants and loans that without a current rate study we would not be able to do. So that's another reason to do that, so that we can improve infrastructure, but we need to be able to show that our system is self-sustainable. And so I'm going to turn it over to Allison with our consulting firm that prepared the study, and she's going to go through that. And Jesse is here as well if we have more questions about our past history of what we've collected, what our expenses have been, and the importance of why we need to increase these now.
Good afternoon. So I'm Allison Lahovich. I'm an independent third-party rate consultant. I do rate studies all throughout the state. And so what we did in preparing the rate proposal for Land's End is we looked at the district's revenues and expenses and developed a 5-year plan for covering those expenses through rates. So very quick background. Land's End is a collection system, so it consists of pipelines and a pump station, but treatment is provided by the city of Lakeport. So the actual treatment and disposal of the waste is provided by the city. The county does not control that cost. So the majority of the service cost of providing Land's End total sewer service is that treatment cost that the county does not control from the city of Lakeport. So the district has had some very minor consumer price index inflationary increases in recent years, but hasn't done a rate study since 2011. And as Robin mentioned, we do recommend 5-year reviews of sewer rates. So most agencies that I work with do 5-year rate plans. So Land's End is a bit behind the curveball here. So even though there have been some inflationary increases, utility rates are well below the cost of service. So revenues are not meeting expenses, and that's the main goal of our rate study. We also looked at the different customer categories and how to appropriately recover costs from them. Sewer service is based on flows. So what different types of customers flow into the sewer should be the basis for their sewer rates. So we made adjustments to the different customer classes to be more fair and proportional to how those customers are using the sewer service. So this rate plan is a 5-year plan with proposed rates beginning and coming into effect July 1st and then July 1st of the subsequent 4 years. Okay. So I think a lot of the explanation for why a rate increase is needed is in this chart here. So current revenues at current rates collect about $227,000, but the current cost this fiscal year to provide service is almost $280,000. So we have a big deficit here between current revenues and expenses, and most of the expenses are that treatment cost from the city that the county does not control. On top of that, there's county administrative charges, maintenance, and other operating costs. On top of that, the Land's End system has accrued some deficits. So it's projected to end this year with a negative balance of about $50,000. So priority number one for this rate study is meet the operating costs, those treatment costs. Priority number two is to pay back this negative likely balance that Land's End will have at the end of this year. On top of all of those things, we are also looking into the future. Over the next 5 years, what does Land's End need to do to have a fully functional, well-maintained sewer system with proactive maintenance? So we're not just responding to issues, costly emergency repairs. We're looking into the future to comply with the sewer system master plan, repair the lift stations, proactively clean and maintain those pipelines. What do we need cost-wise to accomplish all of those goals? So that includes another $50,000 for that regulatory compliance piece and proactive maintenance. So we've also looked at capital improvement projects. So we're looking at software upgrades, air release valves, and a share of a pumper truck. So to do all that, it is a pretty significant rate increase. So for the average single-family customer, the monthly bill, if adopted as proposed, would increase from about $77 to about $134 per month, and then thereafter it would be an 8% rate increase. So we did get the question of why is there such a big initial rate increase? Why can't we spread the rates over a longer period of time, phase it in more gradually? And it is because of that big deficit we're looking at. We have to bring costs up to cover those City of Lakeport fees. We have to have the pumper truck available. We have to comply with the sewer system master plan. Those are regulatory requirements that the county must fund. By not doing that, the system would fall into a bigger deficit. Land's End would owe more money back to the county. Well, that would be accruing interest. It would just, the cost would kind of just accrue and accrue and accrue, and multiply and get more expensive as we go along. So this first initial rate increase brings the cost up to the appropriate level of service, and then the later rate increases fund those capital improvements, build up reserves, pay back the county the negative deficit. So this chart shows a rate survey. So what are the typical rates and fees of this area compared with the current and proposed Land's End rate? Last time I was here, the request was to add some more kind of I-5 corridor public agencies. So I've added Orland, Corning, Williams, and I didn't put it on the chart, but City of Willows as well. Oh, I have that here. Has about a $75 monthly fee. So there is a pretty big range in this area, and I know there's a range of kind of economic situations too, with some kind of wealthier Sonoma County agencies versus Lake County agencies, but there is a wide range of cost structures for sewer service. Land's End's current fee is kind of on the lower end of the chart. The rate proposal, although it is a big increase, does bring Land's End's sewer service charge in kind of the middle of the pack there. So to wrap up, I know there's a lot of numbers on this chart. This was the listing of the rates and charges in the Proposition 218 notice that we mailed to all customers and ratepayers. It includes the rates plus the CIP fee. I think it's probably cut off the chart there. So there are increases to all different rate classes. One item I wanted to highlight is we are proposing a new multifamily rate. So currently the single family rate and the multifamily rate are the same, and we are proposing a new different multifamily charge. So that would be for like apartments or mobile homes, reflecting the lower sewer flows of typical multifamily dwellings. Okay, so to wrap up, today is the Proposition 218 public hearing. There are substantive requirements as well as procedural requirements, which we have followed. So we conducted a rate study to demonstrate the cost of service, to appropriately charge different customers based on how they use the sewer system. Today we will hold the public hearing. The public has the right to submit a written protest, and if more than 50% of affected parcels submit protests, the rates cannot be adopted. If there is no majority protest, the county board can then review and potentially adopt the rate proposal. The county does have the option to adopt rates less than the rates in the public notice, just not more than the cost of service that was included in the public notice. So with that, I'm happy to address any concerns.
Do we have any questions from board members currently? Go ahead, Supervisor Hahn.
Well, I'm glad that you've added some of the communities that are more like our community. I noticed that a lot of them are lower than the proposed amount. I had asked for, I believe, Williams, Corning, Orland, those areas. Even Cloverdale is lower than even our current rate. So I'm still having a hard time. I can absolutely see the CIP being raised. I'm really having a hard time with this big of a jump for Land's End, to be honest, right now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I don't know who's here for what. We have two controversial topics coming up this afternoon, but what's the number of protests that's required? Because I believe it's 50 plus one, right?
We would need 103.
Okay. Have we received any written protests? 16 written protests? Okay.
That.
So I, just a couple questions. My math is messing with my head here. You're saying that you're $52,000 in the hole by the end of the year. You'd like to save $50,000 per year for capital improvements, if that's what I understood correctly, and that you need to somehow, at least at this moment in time, figure out how to get from 226 to 279 in order to make sure that your revenue matches your expenditures, right? And of course, you don't want to be perfectly on that number. You want to have some wiggle room on top of that. Because when I do the difference between 226, where we are, let's just say 227, because it's a little closer to that, to 280 plus the $50,000 per year, that's a 45% increase. So I guess my question is, where's that extra 30% coming from if because I also did the 52,000. Yes, you're in the hole, you're gonna have to figure that out, but how do we not make that $52,000 be a part of a 5-year cycle rather than really a one-time fee? Because even if I added in a 5-year cycle and just added to the percentage increase, it only goes up to 68%. And so all of those things put together is still less than what you're asking for, and just trying to figure out how I can understand from your perspective, because I'm struggling to understand it.
That's a great question. Yeah, so there's a little more to it. So we do have some additional regulatory costs for the sewer system master plan. So that's added on top of all the costs you mentioned. That's another one. There was some staffing, I think, for regulatory compliance that we felt was needed. We're also overcoming the 52,000. I can't remember if you mentioned that. The 52,000 of negative fund balance that's added to the rate base as well that we have to recover the cost for. And we are also proposing to raise rates, it's built into the plan, to accumulate reserves. So the idea is that once we cover costs, we want to generate...
That's the $50,000, right?
No, it's about $200,000 over the 5-year plan. So
That's creepy. But the $50,000 is for capital improvement, not for reserves. Is that a different thing?
yeah, there's a lot of components to this. Okay, so we want $50,000 annually for capital improvements. We have a one-time $50,000 deficit, so that's just $50,000 ongoing plus one-time. Plus, we're building up a fund reserve of $200,000 over the 5 years. And why are we doing that? That's so Land's End can be a financially self-sufficient district. So if anything goes wrong in Land's End, they don't keep coming back to the county, hey, can county general fund pay off this or that, this emergency expense, that emergency expense? cost overruns, if there's new regulatory compliance things that we haven't even envisioned in this study that come up in 2 or 3 years, we have the money to do that. And that is all laid out on in my report. It's the cash flow table on table 8. Folks have that open. So it's a lot of financial challenges that are kind of building and building and building over the 5 years.
And I mean, I will say that I was concerned that there's only $1,000 being put into the maintenance currently, at least that's from what the budget says. And then just, I guess my last question is, I had asked for the Lakeport contracts. I received all the original and I think the 3 or 4 amendments that came with it. But the last amendment is still very ancient in comparison to when is the latest version of that coming in, and are those numbers going to change what this is? Because I'm not quite sure what the cost will be at this point with Lakeport if I don't have something new in front of me. How do these numbers match?
So that's a great question. So we are bringing back another amendment for the city of Lakeport. It's going to be a 1-year extension. We just got the agreement approved for form, and it'll be coming back, I believe, June 3rd. And it's a 1-year extension. So the city of Lakeport is doing a rate study right now as well. They expect their rates to go up. But they wanted a 1-year extension to determine what happens with the annexation and how that would impact anything. So they asked for just a continuing one, exactly the same contract for another year.
So what happens when they come back in a year and this doesn't work?
That's why we're building in the contingency for emergency repairs or rate adjustments, all of that kind of stuff. It's a very small district, so
Yeah.
building up $200,000, I mean, if we have a major pipe break or something like that, that could be gone in a minute.
Okay. I'll wait and hear from what the rest have to say.
Yeah, so the 25-year agreement for the city to accept the affluent from these 3 areas in this sewer district expires in June of this year.
Correct.
And so the city was willing to negotiate a 1-year extension, and they put a price tag of $245,000. Is that correct?
They have not put in like a new price tag. It's just a continuing to calculate the rates as they have been for the next year. And so they have no price changes. They have graciously allowed us to also carry over the shortfall this year. We have an invoice we won't have funds to pay, and they're allowing us to carry it over to next year.
Yeah, so it was already $245. That's been the cost for the past.
Jesse actually has the last 5 years.
What's the last 5 years of cost?
So it's a proportionate cost, so it's based on their flows and their maintenance costs versus our flows. Just to give some context, the last 5 years, the city of Lakeport, our total revenue in 2021 was $193,000, and their bills were $235,000. So that was a deficit year. Next year, total revenues was $208,000, and their bills were $169,000. So that was 81% of the entire revenue went to the city of Lakeport in Land's End. Next year, $214,000 in revenue, $199,000 in the city of Lakeport. 93% of the budget or the revenue went to that. 2024, revenue was $229,000, and city of Lakeport bills $181,000. That's 79%. Same figures in 2025. 2026, we're projected to take in $241,000, and we've already received all the city of Lakeport bills, and it's $272,000.
Okay,
That's a huge jump.
thank you.
And those are always based on their maintenance costs, so we're kind of at their will.
Okay. Well, I am concerned about these high numbers as far as how far the jump is going now. I know I talked to director yesterday to let her know I was going to bring that up and have it addressed. We're kind of in a terrible situation here because the county failed to, or the district, the board, back 15 years ago, did not address this situation. It hasn't been addressed for 15 years, so we've been put in a difficult, very difficult situation based on the inaction of prior administration and boards, in my opinion, because these should be done every 5 years. But it's difficult because, you know, if we run out of money, our only option is to go ask ourselves in our role as a Board of Supervisors to provide money, which then would have to be paid back at some point. We can't give it as a gift to the sewer district. And we've seen that situation in the recent situation we have down in Clear Lake where we've had to take $2 million out of our county general fund emergency reserves to help mitigate that situation. So that's why I really wanted to, you know, I don't know if it's possible to, I realize this would be a huge risk, but if we didn't try to build the reserves, maybe it could be lower. I know that's a massive risk, because if something happens and we don't have any money, then we have to come right back to the board, but I at least wanted to explore that. So I guess those are my concerns on the situation right now before we hear from the public. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, just a quick question. This system is 30 years old or it's older? Because the only contract I see started in 1995.
I think it's
Yeah,
older.
I'm not sure, but I mean, it's Lake County, and I think that, I mean, I'm 56, and those houses have been out there, a lot of them have been out there, so they may have been connected somewhere else, or there could have been an agreement with the city of Lakeport previous to this agreement, but I believe it's much older than that.
Now, I have one
Hang
question.
on, Supervisor Crandall was next. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm trying to think because one of the 218s we did before, it seemed like there was a lot more time given in between the 218, because we're here voting on this today, right?
It's following the same process.
Same process.
And so there'll be a second reading of the ordinance if it passes. We're opening the public hearing now to receive protests. And if they receive enough protest, then the rate study is killed. And if not, then the ordinance would come back in 2 weeks for adoption.
Was there other rate studies done aside from the 73%? Like, did you look at other options aside from just jumping? I agree with the chair is that it's a real high amount. I understand that there is a need for reserves and there's a need to have the amount for, what do they call that? Mitigation measures in case something happens. But at the same time, it's on us as a county, like, that from 2011, I think, was that? Does that look about right? That's the time frame. So I don't like putting it on the ratepayers, and I think this is the way I went before. But is there a way to adjust this today? I mean, like another percentage or something like that to look at another rate so it gradually goes up rather than taking the hit first?
Well,
Well, so procedurally, this is the rate proposal that, we've publicly noticed. So if there was a different kind of rate proposal, potentially we'd have to renotice it. The board does have the option to always adopt something less than what is shown in our Prop 218 notice. So that's your policy consideration. There are consequences, as we mentioned, potential emergencies that come up. The district wouldn't have the funds on hand, but maybe there could be other financial arrangements, an interfund loan or something later. What else? Potentially, if, the rates do not increase to the amount shown, if it's something less, then perhaps Land's End could not absorb future cost increases from Lakeport that are TBD in their rate study at this point. You can adopt a rate lower than what is shown in the notice.
And then their negotiations, they've asked for an extra year, and that's what.
Yeah, so they've just extended their existing contract for another year because of their pending annexation of some of the area and how that goes, and they're adjusting their rates right now. They are literally doing a rate study right now as well. They do not expect the rates to go down. However, they are really good about doing them on a regular basis, so I wouldn't expect that there's going to be a huge jump in their costs. But
It's a shared cost though,
it's a
right?
shared cost, and, you know, I mean, everybody, us included, you know, all of our PG&E bills have gone up, everything has gone up, salaries have gone up, everything, and so all of that, you know, is explained in, you know, when Jesse says how much things are going up. But adopting a lower amount could mean that we would have a general fund ask in the budget to help offset the deficit that would be going forward.
Yeah, all right. And I don't see an issue with that because it's on the county for not doing it back in 2011, in my opinion, but however the board wants to go, we can go.
Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, you had mentioned that 2024 and 25, the rates didn't really change, and that we had brought in 229,000, and that the cost to the city of Lakeport was 181,000 for 2 years. But then in 26, which is this year, you'd stated that they hadn't went up, but yet we were quoted 272,000 for the cost to the city of Lakeport. Was that correct?
That's correct, that's what they billed us.
But then there was a
it's
big-
it's their maintenance costs that they're billing us for the system.
So then there is a huge jump, and that's like a $91,000 jump, an increase from last year.
Yeah, it's scary when we see those invoices come in.
Yeah, and that's not like built into their rates, that because we cost share in their maintenance costs. And so that's why it's not like we're set, you know, $100 connection or something like that. It's so much per flow, and then we pay a portion of their maintenance costs. So if they have a bigger maintenance cost at the plant, then we get burdened with our fair share of that. So that's what happened.
So that
That's why it
explains
jumps,
the
and it-
$91,000 jump.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have another question? Go ahead.
I just, in the contract, there's not a specific, like, flat rate for the entire year. It's based on per connections, it details it in such a way, so that's why the numbers can move around. Doesn't mean that it's easy to swallow, but it's not a very flat rate on there. If it was 245 and it stayed at 245, that'd be that, but it's a much different breakdown in the way that it's done. Just to check in with the conversation that Supervisor Crandall was having and the responses that you provided, you said we can lower it. Can we move things around so that it still equates to the same long-term? Just something stupid, and I know it doesn't make sense, but if you take 3% away from this year and add 3% later, I know that doesn't equal the same exact thing, but the concept of taking 5,000 out, putting 5,000 in at a later year, is that a possibility of doing, or is that out of the realm of possibilities today?
Yeah, I mean, we can always rerun the numbers. You do lose out on the time value of money. So if you don't collect revenue for a few years,
No, I
then
get
you have
that.
you have to make it up in the later years.
But as long as we don't go above what this is, we can move certain things around.
Right.
Any more questions before we open the public hearing? I don't see any at this point. And County Council, I think it'd be appropriate to check in with the public if, I know we have 16 validated protests in our possession right now. If I could check in with, is there anyone here from those sewer districts that have written protests to file that has not yet filed? Okay. So could I ask, would it be appropriate for those to be turned in at this point before we take public testimony so that we can see how many we have?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, they would need to be validated. And I would suggest also that in the event that there are some other individuals who may enter at the conclusion of the hearing, to also check at the end of the hearing
Right.
whether or not there are other protests that haven't been previously submitted. So, but your board can certainly collect those, as I stated and staff has stated. They would need to be validated by the clerk of the board.
Okay, so at this time, if you have a protest to file, our CAO and head board clerk will come down now and collect those. And then depending on how many we have, we'll see what time it's going to take to check those. So anybody with protests, please approach the board clerk, the CAO.
So Chair, do you want our consultant to explain what a valid protest vote is?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, so valid protests must be submitted on behalf of the property owner, who is the sewer customer. The valid protest must have the property owner's written name, signature, a statement against the rates. So just, I protest the rates, or I'm against the rates. And then identification of the parcel. So it can be the parcel street address or the assessor's parcel number. Only one protest per parcel will be counted. I will say, sometimes I see things like a husband and a wife both submit a protest for the same parcel. It's not two, it's one per parcel. So, thank you.
Okay, so I believe the board clerk's office is going to start reviewing those, but I think we can go ahead and open it to public comment while that's being done, and hopefully we'll have a report back. So is there anybody in the room that wishes to provide us with any comment? You'll come forward and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to provide public comment.
Am I talking into this?
Yes, please.
Karaoke night?
Yes.
My name's Randy Hopper. I live in Land's End. I've been there 25 years. It's my understanding this is just more than Land's End. Is that correct? This is like 200 parcels?
Yes.
Okay. The problem I have, and we want to pay our fair share, but the problem I have, and nobody's mentioned this, is the mismanagement that has happened over the years. How long have we been operating in the rears on this sewer system? Can anybody answer that?
Well,
How long have we been in the red? 10 years?
we haven't done a rate study for 15 years.
Okay, so 15 years. So you could have addressed this 15 years ago, and you could have bumped our sewer rates up $10 a month 15 years ago, and we would have been just fine. But now all of a sudden you decide to balance the checkbook and bump more than double our sewer rate. This is ridiculous. It's mismanagement on, I'm not saying on your individual parts, but on Lake County and Lakeport. Probably 60 to 70% of the people in Land's End, myself included, are on a fixed income. So to go from $70 to $170 is absolutely ridiculous. So I hope you guys can go back. I know some of you gray hairs, we've all had checkbooks. We know how to balance a checkbook. You guys haven't done that. This is absolutely ridiculous. We want to pay our fair share, but the increase is just incredible. It's not right. And you guys know it's not right. So I hope you go back and look at this and decide that all of a sudden now we're going to bump you up because we're going to be in the black. You could have done this 15 years ago. So that's my beef right there. So I hope you're happy with this, because you're making us pay for your mismanagement over 15 years.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Nancy Harvey. I've lived on Reeves Lane for 23 years, which makes me one of the old timers here. Like this guy, I agree with everything he said. I'm a retired high school teacher, and my bill is going up 73%. I'm not going to get a 73% cost of living increase this year. So that's a little tough, although I am a retired school teacher, so I'm loaded. That always gets a laugh. Yeah, so since I've been living there, I've been assuming that, and paying my bills, that the system is being repaired and maintained, and I thought it was being done by professionals because that's their job. And I can't opt out of sewage as a life choice. So it turns out I was completely wrong. It has not been maintained by professionals, as we've heard. It's supposed to be done every 5 years. It's been almost 16 now. I understand the need to address our deteriorating sewage system, but not the way the Special Districts Administration has shirked their responsibility to my neighbors being able to flush their toilets. Meanwhile, it's not, because I no longer trust their ability to run our service, I formally request from all of you or whoever I need to request it from, and I can follow this up with a letter. I want the maintenance and repair records going back to the year 2000. I think 25 years worth of records would be reasonable for us all to have a good look at what's been going on down there, because it has not been maintained. I will tell you, because I live on Reeves Lane right at the corner by Lagoon, when it rains a lot, you know what we see all day long going back and forth? You know what we see, don't you? You probably know what we see. We see that truck that got referred to, something called a pumper truck, but nobody's really discussed what is that and why is that? And they go back and forth because it is overflowing and they're pumping the poopy out of Land's End. And I'm also wondering if I'm being billed for what's going on at Land's End. I'm not sure about that piece either. Maybe you guys can find out. I heard there's a sewer system master plan. Really, is there? Are we following it? Have any of you guys seen a sewer master plan? Anybody? No? Okay, just asking. I heard that there's this big deficit we're looking at, which says to me, total bureaucratic neglect. And I want an explanation. I'm wondering also with these examples, which were up here before with Hopland or other cities, I don't understand why we're not looking at what's going on at the lake, and is there a single functional sewer system anywhere around this lake? Do you know? I don't know. That might be everything I have to say. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I,
Yes, sir.
can I ask a favor? That the speakers speak to the Board of Supervisors. This is, whether it's our fault or not our fault, it's on us, and we're the ones making the decision, and just would prefer that the voices be aimed at us.
Yes, thank you. So just as a reminder, you're talking to the board, and staff's not going to answer questions unless the board directs that. So go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. My name is Carla Rodriguez, and I live at 1280 Soda Bay Road, which is part of the service area from Special Districts. And I am a ratepayer. And unfortunately, I come from a parcel of property out there where there are 4 individual housing units on that one particular household. And we've noticed an increase where we would pay our bill would come to a total of $550. The last bill, which we paid in April, was about $750. So we noticed that there was some increase in that, and that was because I was told at the office down here on Main Street that it was because there was already an increase in effect, and I don't remember receiving notice for that. But I'm here today as a former tribal leader for Big Valley Rancheria, and I wanted to talk a little bit about how this would impact not just my property, but out of the 128 households that are out there, there are 46 reported properties with an income of less than $10,000 that are going to be affected by this rate increase. I don't know how they're going to pay that. I'm barely paying my own bill, and when I do try to get some answers or try to understand why why the last sudden increase happened, I was just told that I was sent a notice, and I don't remember receiving a notice in the mail or as part of the bill. Also, I feel like, the people who came before me and talked about, mismanagement. It's like, how is that the fault of the ratepayers? How is that our fault? I don't understand that. There has to be some give and take, and I understand that because we do, as a former tribal leader, I understand that we have to provide, functional water systems and water and wastewater treatment systems to our people out there. I understand that, but at no time should we have to feel like that's our fault for somebody's mismanagement. I don't know if that's the current administration, prior administration, I don't really care, because we're dealing with this and we're looking at it right now from today's perspective. And some of the things that I'm concerned about is the lack of financial transparency. Where I'm here today to ask for, a complete rate study and consultant report It says it was not included with the Prop 218 letter. Current reserve balances, multi-year budgets and audited financial statements, infrastructure repair priorities and timelines, administrative and operational cost breakdowns, alternative funding sources pursued, including grants and low-interest financing opportunities. Can we get that information? As ratepayers, we should be entitled to that information. And I'm just here today, as a concerned person who's already barely making ends meet. I mean, we see the price of food, we see the price of rent, we see the price of all of these things going up. And
Just,
now
by the way, that
wastewater.
was your 3-minute timer.
Okay,
So we have
thank
to-
you for that.
Thank you. Next person.
My name is Andrew Tritchler. I live on 2700 Reeves Lane. And most of the issues that I had have already been addressed, but I just wanted to kind of recap, the 73% now. It begs the question, what's been happening? What's been happening for the last 15 years? The neglect, I guess it's neglect or mismanagement. I don't know how else you can describe it. Another possibility is this even this out over the course of the 5 years rather than a 73% hit right at the beginning. That's a lot of money. We have people on our we have a guy in our neighborhood that picks up cans to make ends meet. That's a lot of cans, $50, over $50 a month. That's a lot of cans for him to pick up to make ends meet. And also, several people have asked me, has this got anything to do with the sewage spill in Clear Lake? I hear that all the time. So I don't know if that's something you can guarantee that to us or give us in writing, that this has got nothing to do with the problems in Clear Lake.
Do you want to address that now?
I mean, I'm going to have to look at Director Bore, but these are not necessarily enterprise funds, but they are behave like enterprise funds, where what ratepayers pay into the fund is what goes back to the ratepayers.
And that's a general fund kind of a thing?
No,
No.
well, each system is its own budget, and the money received is spent on that system. So Clear Lake should be separate than that. Now, there are times where we have approved, for example, for CSA number 2, we gave a loan. That loan was paid back, but it doesn't just intermingle.
Yeah, I'm not a conspiracy guy. These are just questions that people have asked me
Those are good questions.
in the neighborhood, so.
Thank you. Next person.
And please correct me if I'm wrong on my statement that I made.
No, all the expenses and revenues are completely separated into different funds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Board. My name is David Flagg. My family has lived in Land's End for 55 years. Today, I presented approximately 75 dispute letters submitted by the residents of South Lakeport, Land's End, Holiday Cove, and Reeves Point service area regarding the proposed sewer rate increase before you today. These letters reflect a serious concern from homeowners and business owners about the size of the increase, the financial burden it may place on residents, and the process by which the proposal has been presented to the community. Many residents feel they need additional information regarding the justification for the increase, the projected use of the funds, possible alternatives that were considered, and the long-term financial planning associated with our sewer system. For many homeowners, particularly those on fixed income, even modest increases can create a significant burden and hardship. Quoting from the special district's own letter to the residents, the projected deficit is $15,000. The difference between $245,000 in expenses and the current income of $230,000. Yet, they are requesting an increase of $250,000 over the next 4 years, which is astounding. The number of dispute letters submitted demonstrates that this is not an isolated concern, but a matter affecting a substantial portion of the community. The residents who submitted these letters are asking the board to carefully reconsider the proposal, provide greater transparency, and fully evaluate all available options before moving forward. I respectfully request that these dispute letters be entered into the official record and that the concerns of the homeowners be given thoughtful and meaningful consideration before any final decision is made. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room who wishes to speak?
Can I ask a question before I sit down? I've been a resident of Land's End since 1971, and it's my understanding there was a group of homeowners who paid a one-time connection fee to special districts, and they are not being charged this same sewer connection fee. And my question to the board is, have you guys analyzed any of that? Are you aware of that situation? And maybe that would be a future consideration.
I don't know the answer to that, but we'll see if we can find out. Next person.
Hi, my name's Kathy Hayes. I'm from Reeves Lane. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm nervous. Okay, I'm on Reeves Lane. My concern is how you treat our sewer system separate from Lakeport, separate from Upper Lake Nice Lucerne. Why is it all separate? Why isn't the money going into a big pool and where we need it, it happens? Also, Lakeport sewer rate, they just went from in 2021 to 2026 to $86.05 a month, an $11.80 increase. You know, and then you've got all these, you know, us is a $98.53 a month increase. Then you have Upper Lake, Nice, Lucerne, North Lakeport, and that's like 1,910 customers. And fiscal year, they must have did a rate thing, 24, 25, 40, 10 a month. In 28, 29, it's going to be 48, 20 a month. I just don't understand why it's all separate. Another thing I'd like to say is we were looking for homes in Nice in 2021. We went to the first one on Calusa. And the real estate lady didn't know if it was on septic or sewer. They came and ran a dye test. It's on sewer. It should have been paying. We bought a house on Glen Street, same thing. They were never paying for sewer for who knows how long. They weren't paying for their electricity either. Everything's a big mess. I suggest going around physically, seeing what's on each property, and go from there. And why can't it all go in one pot for everybody? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room that wishes to speak? Oh, sir, we need to let other people speak first.
I have just a PS to my formal statement. I realize none of you people were on the board when this happened. We're pissed about it, and I didn't mean to take it out on you guys, but fortunately, you get to deal with it.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am, if you could state your name.
Yes, hi board. My name is Yolanda Garibay, and I'm not a ratepayer in this district, but I'm from the Kelseyville district. And what I noticed was that there were no town hall meetings like there was in Kelseyville. The notification was brought to my attention by my mother, who is the ratepayer. It was kind of like the letter that was sent out almost looked like a consumer confidence report, which they get every year at this same time. So it was kind of misleading, the mail out. So I'm just concerned about how the letters are being mailed out, and maybe the district can put some kind of stamp on the letter. This is, this needs immediate attention. There's going to be a public hearing on this. Rates are going to be increased. Just better notification for the ratepayers would be great.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Okay.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ryan Wanberg. I'm a ratepayer on Land's End. I can understand and appreciate the need for adjustment in our rates, but I do not support this rate increase as proposed. I believe that everyone's expressed all of the current concerns that I could come up with otherwise, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm going to reiterate what I said the last time when this was brought up a few weeks ago, when it came to the comparison of this district versus other districts. Many, if not all of those districts are either use-based or hybrid-based, and this was not disclosed when the graphs were comparing Land's End's rate to those other municipalities. And I think that makes a difference because as a use-based or a hybrid-based system, the ratepayer has some control over what's being used. I understand that's not necessarily the case here, but it should have been disclosed when you were shared that data, and it doesn't seem like it was back then, and it still wasn't shared at this time. And hearing what I'm hearing from the community, I also question whether the process was followed as appropriate as far as notification, as far as information on rate studies and things like that. So I would respectfully request the board to ask those questions of the district to make sure that this process was followed as it should have been. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room?
My name's Dina, and I'm a tribal member, and so I know when they talk about like maintenance and stuff, so like when I ask for maintenance with the water or the sewer, they tell me, oh, it's your cost. I have to fix whatever is fixed. So I don't understand what maintenance are they talking about, because I had trailers moved in and we had to pay for everything. The only time when a pipe broke, we had to fix it ourselves. We had to, so maintenance, what does that mean about maintenance, with the district? So I was wondering, how does that work?
We'll try to address that.
Okay,
I've got a note on it.
okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to speak? Not seeing any, we need to go to online. No hands, so we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board. I'll try to answer that last question, and Director can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're talking about pump station maintaining county or special districts infrastructure pipes that are in the ground. All of our pipes, our lift stations that are transferring the affluent over to the city of Lakeport. So that's what we're talking about with maintenance. Yeah.
No, can I interject?
Hang on a second. Yeah, you want to say something?
I think what you're talking about is pipes on your own property, and their responsibility stops at your property line, I believe. So does
Yeah.
that make it clear?
Typically.
Typically, yes. So if that helps.
Okay. Do we have any other questions right now? Go ahead.
As I understand it, I just want to be clear. The public notice was sent out, and how many days? When does that end on their response for their protest?
Today.
Today
At
is the
this-
last day of the protest?
Correct, at the close of this hearing.
At the close of this hearing, okay.
Yes, and it was sent out allowing for the adequate time that's identified under the Prop 218 requirements, and the notice that was sent out did disclose on the top notice of public hearing regarding sewer rate increase. It had the date of May 19th at 1 p.m. and the address of here. And it
Okay.
was in both English and Spanish.
Right, I understand that. I think that a public hearing would have been, should have probably taken place, to be honest. And how many did it take, 130 you mentioned? 103, and so I don't know where you're at on that number.
We're still tabulating.
Still tabulating, okay. That was it, that was my comments.
Okay, so I haven't seen the board clerk come back, but she is tabulating the additional protests. Go ahead, Supervisor.
I mean, the system is set up to allow us to move on. Getting 50 plus 1% is a difficult task, whether you're a large system or even a small system. The 50 plus 1% is, no matter how many people we've seen get up, whether it was for LAFCO purposes and annexation or things like this, just getting to 50 plus 1% is not a simple matter. And I'm going to guess that there's going to be a large percent, probably not going to make the 50 plus 1, but I don't want to ignore the fact that even 25% or 40% provided a letter or provided some feedback. There has to be an increase. That goes without saying, because the last thing you want is what I've experienced in the city of Clear Lake, where we're not doing our job and we're not doing our part because we don't have the funding, whatever the case might be, where we have 30 years in the making of what is there. And so I don't want to not provide what you need. You don't need to be in the red. But I am hoping that there is some flexibility within this board to not hit him so hard with a 73% increase right off the bat, but get to a point where, yes, we are getting a reserve, because when stuff doesn't work, you'll be right back asking us why stuff doesn't work, and there's a cost associated with making sure that they work. There's a reason sewage is under the ground, because nobody wants to see it. But once you start seeing it, it is one of the worst case scenarios that you will find. It is not, it's not for the weak to deal with when it's right in your neighborhood. So I'm hopeful that there's some flexibility. I think we have to find a way to move forward, to maintain the system, ensure that there's backup financing in case something unexpected occurs. And if that means 1 year where we're not seeing the capital improvement amount being collected, but it starts getting collected the following year, I think we have to find a flexible way. We are dealing with not only a 10 to 13% year-to-year increase on costs, but it is impacting us again, and we're not sure how much longer it's going to go. And more people are having to make some really difficult financial situations, and we are having to empathize with that to a certain point without losing the safety and security of the system itself. So hoping that there's flexibility on the board. I'm happy to have some of those discussions, as long as we don't breach what it is that we're not allowed to do, and eventually end up where it is that we need to be in the 5-year plan.
Well, first of all, I want to say I've heard in the comments, and I want to clearly state that it's not your fault. I've never said that. I haven't heard anybody in the county refer it to being the fault of the ratepayers. It's not, like I said earlier, the county, but the board that was here at that time, 10 years ago, the staff, they should have done a rate study. These are supposed to be done every 5 years so that we don't get in to these situations that we're in. So, as I said before, we failed in that regard. That's very clear. At the same time, we're in a bad situation here. I don't want to put this, I want to figure out a way to lessen the impact on the ratepayers of this area. Public comment's closed right now. I want to figure out a way to work with the board and seeing if we can lessen the impact that was originally proposed. I don't think we can go forward without any rate or any increases because we've got to maintain that sewer system. We've got to have enough money to fix what breaks, to pay for what it costs to go to the city, and some money in there if we have a malfunction and a spill. So I too am hoping that we can figure something out. I'm going to announce that our staff is not quite halfway through the 75 or so that were turned in. It does take a little bit of time because we've got to verify people's addresses and make sure that these are valid protests that are turned in. There's a verification process. So that's still going on. Supervisor Owen, do you want to?
I was just going to throw out, just thinking here, I've just been running a few numbers, and looking at it, if we were to come back to a 50% increase rather than a 73% increase, it would be be an increase of $38.72, which would put the bill at $116.15. If we did a 40% increase, it would be basically $31. It'd be $30.97, and that would be a total of $108.40 a month. So I mean, it's still a significant increase, much more than what anybody wants. Those are just, I was just throwing that out there, food for thought.
Vice Chair?
So, I mean, these are never easy conversations, and there was a lack of this work being done over the last 15 years. We've been moving around all of the systems around the county and addressing this because all of the systems needed rate studies. And we have to, I mean, the ratepayers have to pay for the system that they belong to. And we have old infrastructure, it has to be cared for. The conversations here are about the rate study not being addressed, not about the maintenance being, these systems are being maintained by special districts teams. So I just want to make sure that we're separating that out. It does look like staff is putting their heads together to see if maybe we can adjust the percentages and see if we can maybe spread it out or change it a little bit. I'm okay with that. But if we don't bring these rates up to where they need to be to sustain the system, then we are doing the same thing that our predecessors did. We cannot kick the can down anymore. We have to have systems that are sustainable, that the infrastructure can be paid for, and that we can put away for reserves, because we can't afford to carry, our general fund won't support all systems failing at the same time. That just is not, there's not enough money in the world for that. So I just want to check in with staff, if that's okay with you, and see if you have any suggestions on how to maybe blend this out a little better.
All right. Yeah, so we were kind of looking at the numbers, sort of the 40 to 50% rate increase instead of the 75% would be financially feasible, but would not build up the reserves. So if Lakeport's fees are higher than what we've estimated, or if there's any emergency funding, Land's End would be coming back to the county for supplemental funding. But that would accomplish a lot of, I would say, some of the financial goals of meeting operating costs.
Vice Chair?
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
So then, we don't know what Lakeport's gonna do. Correct. It would make sense then to maybe have a rate study again in 3 years, right? Do we need to address this sooner rather than later? Whatever decision we make could change whatever decision Lakeport makes. So we could start with a lower amount here to give everybody a little bit of, to ease up what that bump is, but we are gonna have to raise it again going forward. We know that Lakeport's costs are gonna go up, so I would recommend that we look at a rate study in 3 years.
Do we want to build in a CPI?
So the study is greater than the CPI, the proposed increases.
So the CPI already happens on its own.
The CPI is below what the increases we need to achieve are.
Yeah, this rate study supplants, is
Right.
greater than
Okay.
whatever.
Right, there's a CPI already, and then this is the rate study to see where we need to be. Is that, my understanding that right?
But would 50% be able to probably sustain us for now, and then we can make adjustments?
Yeah, so the approximately like 50% would sustain the system for the operations. Yeah, but then you make it up over time, but you just wouldn't accumulate these reserves.
For a cash flow thing, we would need a loan. Yeah, so if we didn't increase it the full 75% the first year, we will be coming back for to the board and asking for a general fund loan to cover shortfalls until the rates catch up, in year like 3 or 4. And that we won't be building a reserve.
Supervisor Crandall.
And I wouldn't have an issue with that. I know there's gonna be some people out there in the public that they'll say something like, well, that's irresponsible to give a loan to your department, but it's not us who made this happen. It was the 2011 situation, the rate study. So if we had to go that route, I wouldn't have an issue with that, because we're just basically fixing the problem until we can get the funding paid back.
Vice Chair.
So how large would that loan be, and what would be the interest rate to repay? Because that would also be borne by the ratepayers.
Well, just the 75% increase, it was still projecting to have a ending fund balance at the end of 27 of $48,000. So it would be more than $48,000 plus. I don't know what the interest rate would be from the general fund. I don't know if they give it to us at the investment rate. So that's, yeah, it varies. But, you know, I mean, it basically covers what the general fund is making on the money. So whatever the rate is on that side would be the rates. I mean, it could be 3%. It could.
Right, because it takes funding out of our investment pool, which
Correct.
we had a presentation on earlier, so that the general fund is making less money. We do that loan.
And can I check in with CAO on what fund would we look at if we were considering a loan?
Off the top of my head, I do not have a location where the loan would come from. It would have to most likely come from a reserve currently. So I would have to actually review it and see where it is even possible.
Okay. But Director, you were indicating if we lowered this to 50%, you'd ask for about 50,000?
Yeah, she's
roughly.
saying, yeah, she's doing the quick about $50,000 we'd ask for next fiscal year.
Okay. And Supervisor Sabatier?
I mean, I disagree with that statement, because again, the full ask is to bulk up the reserves, have some CIP money put aside for CIP projects. If we're just talking about meeting the needs of the budget and then some, I just don't see the ask, unless something happens and there's a need to do some massive repairs, which is what we're that's the risk that we're taking. But based on everything that you told me, where you said there's this additional stuff and this additional stuff, when I just did the math, that didn't include the $52,000, which is what you're down by at the end of this year. It's a 45% increase. But then you said, well, you have to add on all these things for the reserves and everything else. So 50% would cover that. So there wouldn't be an ask. And if you happen to not be able to put $50,000 away for CIP, again, that's 1 year that you're not able to commit to that. But, and I'm okay with the 50%. I think it's healthier from the special district's perspective that it's 50, then maybe it's 20, then maybe, rather than splitting it up between 4, because the longer we wait, the more the ticking time bomb of a potential issue within the system exists. So maybe it's not 73 right off the bat, but it can't just be split up again by 4 ways later on. I think it needs to be a slow decrease to where we need to be in order for this system to be supported financially. I think it's simple to just do the same percentage increase for the rest of the time, just like it was offered to us. And it's simple to say we want this amount of money to feel comfortable, but it's great that we feel comfortable, but obviously the people are not feeling comfortable. And that's where we just have to find that middle ground to be able to get where we need to be. I do have a question for Director Bore. I apologize. There's a
So,
heated
so the
discussion.
number that she's looking at, the $50,000 would be in the maintenance. So we would have not enough funding for staff to go maintain the lines and pump stations and that kind of stuff. That's the $50,000 in maintenance. There's a minutia in there for CIP projects. There's $5,000 in there for the SCADA upgrades. There's $5,000 in there to replace and repair the air release valves. I think everybody remembers what happened on Lafferty with the geyser. That was an air release valve. And so we don't want that to happen again. And then for the CMMS and billing software upgrade is only, the whole CIP for 26-27 is $17,000. So what the rate consultant is saying that if we decrease that amount July 1 to 50% instead of 75%, we can smooth out the outer years. At some points, we will have deficits that we will be asking the board to cover our shortfalls in the budgets, but we cannot increase it more than the proposed rates per fiscal year. So in the rate study, it was 126, then 136, 147, 158, 171. In the outer years, we can't go higher than those dollar amounts without a complete new rate study.
In other words, you can't reverse those they have to match the year.
Yeah, we can't. So if we decrease the first year, we can't increase the outer years to make that up.
Okay. And Vice Chair?
Well, the other point then is we have our capital improvement plan that we're looking at right now, and there are known projects on the infrastructure that need to be taken care of. And if we are trying to apply for grants and we don't have a rate study that covers this, we're not going to get funding to do that work. That funding won't come through because it isn't. Why would they loan us money if we're being irresponsible with our rates?
Do we have any other questions from the board at this point?
Nope.
And go ahead.
Just a suggestion. Sorry, I like math too. I'm looking at 50, 20, 12, 8, 8. That leads you to basically the exact same final number you were looking for at the end. So it's the same total. It just recalibrates everything in a different approach. But in the long run, you get the same end number at year 5. Yes.
But that, we couldn't agree to that today. It would have to all be renoticed. We have a new hearing.
We wouldn't be increasing it. We would be,
We can go
less in the future years.
well, then it would have to be 7 point, because I think it's over by about 3 cents.
Yeah, well, we would have to, on the actual full rate schedule, if we lowered the proposed 126.03, which is the single family rate, if we lowered that and increased that only by 50% instead of 75%.
73. Sorry.
Well, the other percent is probably the CIP.
It's confusing because the rate study says 75 in some places and 73 in other places, and it would be nice to, I think it's 73%.
So the 75% is the total amount of revenue that we need to collect over all different types of customers. And if you remember, we have some customers going up a higher percent and lower percent depending on their individual flows. So like we're adding a new multifamily rate that's going up less than the system average rate of 75. So it depends on which customer class you're looking at. When we talk about the 73%, that's only single family. So some commercial customers are going up more, some commercial customers are going less.
Okay, and we still don't have an update or a final count, so I think we need to get that verification before the board makes a final action on this, so we may need to trail the item. What's your advice, Mr. Guindavano?
That is one option. Other option is to continue this public hearing, which would then extend the time for protests as well, because the protests, any protest to be submitted would go up until the conclusion of a hearing.
Right.
And continue the hearings, right? The other thing for your board to consider is if there are gonna be proposed substantive revisions to what is currently presented to your board in the form of a proposed ordinance, that may require the need to continue the hearing on the ordinance side of things. It would still be continuance to a specific, to a date and time certain, but certainly on the subject of the ordinance of whether or not it's gonna be passed. Either those revisions would have to be stated on the record in the form of dollar amounts, because that's what the ordinance is referring to, or staff, direction can be given to staff as part of the continuance to work through those numbers and come back to a later date.
Does the board have any comment on that? I would prefer to find out, where we're at today, because we don't have another meeting for 2 more weeks at a minimum.
The only other thought I have,
Go ahead.
the only other thought I had was to go ahead and go down the road as if it doesn't pass. And if it does pass, then that voids what we decide.
Right, it would, but I believe there was about 75 turned in, and we had 15, so that's going to be less than the 203 needed to. Public comment's not open right now. Sir.
There's 30 people plus the 75, not 15 only.
Okay, well, I'm saying we had 15 before this hearing started.
And then I turned in 75, and this young lady turned in another 15.
Okay, then.
You're over the 103 that you need is what I'm
Then I stand corrected. Sorry for that. But we still have to verify, so my proposal would be we trail this for a little bit until we've got a couple of short items we could handle. But what does the board feel?
I would be okay with postponing it 2 weeks so that way they can come up with numbers.
We could
But
come
that's
up with
just me.
numbers in a couple minutes. We just plug them in and.
Okay.
Nice try, EJ.
Is there any further input right now on whether or not, how we should handle?
Well, if we did postpone the 2 weeks, I have no doubt they'll have the numbers. And I don't know how long it's going to take to verify. So if we knew that it was going to be done shortly with the verification, I would like to hold these people over, but I don't know that it's going to take that. I think it's going to take a while to verify addresses and lot numbers.
And CAO?
So just in the time that we've been going, we're more than halfway done with verifications.
Okay.
So it would not take the rest of the day or anything.
Okay.
So you're thinking another 30 minutes or
Hour?
another hour?
That's plenty of time for our non-timed items in our.
We have a couple of non-timed items. Yeah, let's take a short break and we're going to go check in on where we're at with those. Call our meeting back to order, and I believe we are getting close on tabulating the protests, but we're going to handle a couple of quick other items that were not called earlier. So we're going to be trailing, or I guess what's the right word, trailing this item shortly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, that would be trailing item 6.7.
Yes, okay. And CAO 5.1 or 3? Does it matter?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Then I'm going to call item 5.1 that was pulled earlier from the consent agenda, and that was to approve a letter of support for fiscal year 2026-2027 budget request for $8,325,000 one-time general fund for the Healthcare Career Pathway CNA Workforce Initiative, and authorize the chair to sign a letter communicating this position to the bill author, relevant committees, and associate members of the legislature. And Supervisor Sabatier, do you want to start?
Yeah, I appreciate that Vice Chair Pyska brought this to us, and I said this, made a comment a while back of, I appreciate our letters of support, but I don't know what the actual impact of what we're asking for is. There's only a finite amount of money. Right now, there's the May revision. It's a balanced budget. State law requires that it be a balanced budget. We're not getting what we want from this budget. CSAC's fighting, RCRC's fighting, everybody's fighting to get some funds moved around to meet their needs and their priorities. And I'm just worried that we're asking for something that tweaks our priorities. And so to me, on a personal level, my priorities are how do we make sure we have the funding to handle the impact of HR 1, which is social services will have more work to do. It'll be more expensive to do that work. Our indigent care is probably going to go up. How are we getting that funded? Prop 36, how are we getting our probation the dollars that they need because the state hasn't provided those funds? And the list kind of trickles on down and keeps going, and I'm just concerned that we're asking things that eventually could impact some of the things that we are prioritizing, and I worry about some of these letters of support. And so at this moment in time, I pulled it because I plan to not vote for it. It's not that I don't agree with the request, is that I'm concerned about the impact of the request.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, and my response to that is, you know, we do have a lot of great needs, and we are fighting for a lot of things at the state, but our budget reflects our values. This is a program that changes lives in our county and also cares for the people that need it the most by building up our healthcare system. I'll just read this comment that I got from our county superintendent this morning about the program. Healthcare Career Pathways was recognized in 2020 California Master Plan for Aging as a model program. With the original grant, the model has been expanded into 6 counties. In Lake County, we've recently completed our 5th Healthcare Career Pathway CNA cohort, that's Certified Nursing Assistant cohort. Some of the supports of the HCP grant is able to provide, including tuition, scrubs, shoes, and other supplies, as well as gas, groceries, diapers, childcare support, and other food supports. With these supports and the reduced financial stress on students, we have record-setting numbers for applicants across each cohort. Students have also been more successful in Lake County than any other county. Both our rates of retention and passage of the CNA state exam are higher than any other county. Lake County has close to double the state average of people over 64 years old. Based on the most recent Sutter Community Health Plan, the budget asked the state would allow us to continue this model with full funding for more years for 1 more year plus 3 more years of smaller funding cohorts. So yes, we're asking for a lot, but we're by this letter of support highlights the success in our county, the need in our county, and we're not setting priorities on where all of these asks are, but it is reflecting what our needs are for this county. So I think that this letter has value. the legislators are gonna duke it out in the battle. I don't think it's gonna impact the other things that we really need to critically support the people of our county.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members at this point? Not seeing any, I'm going to open it up to the public. Any members of the public in the room that wish to comment on this item? Not seeing any. Is there anyone online? So no hands online. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board for possible action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the letter of support for fiscal year 2026-27 budget request for $8,325,000 one-time general fund for the Healthcare Career Pathways CNA Workforce Initiative, and authorize the chair to sign the letter communicating this position to the bill author, relevant committees, and associated members of the legislature.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
And that motion carries 4-1. Next, I'm going to move on to item 5.3. It's to approve retention schedule pursuant to Government Code Section 26-202 and 26-205. I know this was requested to be pulled by a member of the public. Do we have our auditor available if there's any questions from staff or? Okay. Does the board have any questions right now before I open it up to public comment? Not seeing any, I'll open it to public comment. And Margot, if you state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Margot Kambara. Cutting paper bloat is good. Efficiency is good. With this proposal, please address safeguards to preventing violating the spirit of the Public Records Act request. The proposal cites government codes to authorize the destruction or disposition of any record, paper or document which is more than 2 years old. Here is a concern. By eliminating the records that may be older than 2 years old, access to important records may be destroyed. These records may be relevant to future inquiries and Public Record Act requests. A smaller pool of records will produce fewer responsive records. Why does it matter whether records are destroyed? Because records are needed for due diligence and research to understand past actions by the county or your board. For example, when your board approved rezoning request PL 25-101 for parcels near Lamson Field, it was based on rezoning approved in 2008 by the Board of Supervisors. The PRA request for documentation of the 2008 board approval for rezoning has not been produced. The PRA request was closed without producing the requested documentation of rezoning approval. This is problematic whether or not the retention schedule was a factor in this PRA request. The new retention schedule may be similar to the 2018 schedule approved by the board. Please consider the impact of destroying records that can be relevant to future inquiries, not just PRAs, such as board agendas and minutes. As a suggestion, please review best management practices by CSAC, California State Association of Counties, and RCRC, Rural County Representatives of California, for member counties' practices similar to Lake counties, not their practices, but their characteristics. Also, please consider a longer retention period for electronic records. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Was there anyone online? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for any further questions, or I'd be ready for action. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I guess to not make the public comment feel ignored or just falling flat, we can't keep records forever. It requires room. It requires paying for maintenance of those records. It costs taxpayer dollars. It is not 2 years. There's obviously on the list, it goes all the way up to 40 years for some of those very specific things. And even keeping digital stuff is costly in the long run. I guess my only question I would ask, and I'm making an assumption, I didn't look at this, but Mr. Guintavano, these are all based on state law. There's a code attached to it, government code such and such, R&T code such and such, to tell us what the amount of time is that we're supposed to retain these records, and that this is just a thorough list of those government codes that we're supposed to follow. That has a question mark at the end of that. It's not just a statement.
And primarily you have what's cited in the board memo, which gives your board the authority to approve the destruction of these records under government code sections 26202 and 26205. As far as the specific code sections that were cited in the retention schedule, or records retention schedule, I have not gone through every single one to see if these statutes or regulations have been updated. I certainly could review that, and if there are any amendments that need to take place, then that would come before your board again for certain updates or amendments, much like how in the memo, in the board memo, it referenced how this essentially is an update from I believe, May 1, 2018. That was part of the recommended language.
I appreciate that. And again, this is a minimum retention period. It doesn't mean it's the full length of everything being retained. And I'm ready to move forward, and that way we don't have to pay for storage for more than what we need. So I move to approve updated retention schedule pursuant to government codes 26202 and 26205, which supersede the memo from May 1st, 2018.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. Next, I'm going to move on to item 6.9. I'm going to read it out, but there is a request to continue it, so we're going to handle that. That's our 2:30 item, public hearing continued from April 28th, 2026, on consideration of a resolution approving resolutions submitted by the Lake County Fire Agencies and making findings and requesting the County of Lake to implement fire mitigation fees with the automatic inflation pursuant to Lake County Fire Mitigation Fee Ordinance. This was put on by Administrative Office. They also advised me there a request to continue this. And do we have any comments from the board about that continuance request?
Yeah, I think it would be best if we can get it on June 2nd, just because it takes 30 days to activate, and they want it to start as of July 1st.
Okay. Anything else from the board? I'll open it up to the public for, as just related to whether or not we're going to continue it. Not seeing anybody in the room. Anybody online, Johanna? No hands. I'll bring it back to the board, and we can just do that by consensus, or no, we need to make a motion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need to make a motion.
They have a meeting tomorrow for Kelseyville, I believe, and I know I spoke with Chief Wrights, and there might be the chance for a special meeting to get that all approved before then. No, that's Kelseyville, I believe, is having it tomorrow. One of the two, and I apologize if I'm incorrect.
So you're saying June 9th?
Because it would be in the evening on June 9th that they have it.
'23rd, is that okay with the CAO and the board? Supervisor Sabatier, are you okay with that? He's not.
And I'm not, and that's not important.
That's why I'm asking.
I'm just trying to see if we can carve out so we can get most of these approved. Is that a possibility? Because right now it's all fire districts. put it on the second for all four and then just do a new public hearing for Lakeport. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how to move it forward so that they don't miss out on any of their fees.
So let's try for the second.
If we have to push it forward more, then we push it forward like today.
Okay. Is the board good with trying for the second?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It never is.
11:15.
June 2nd, 11:15.
I move to continue this public hearing to June 2nd at 11:15 a.m.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. And CAR, do we have an answer? Okay, let me recall and go back to, we're dealing with item 6.6. So we're gonna-
6.7.
6.7, I'm sorry. So we're going to go back to our sitting as the Board of Directors of the Lake County Sanitation District to continue the discussion on the ordinance for the South Lakeport Lands End Reeves Point. And then I guess I'll turn to the CAO to make an announcement on the amount of certified protests.
Verified protests.
Verified?
We have 93 verified protest addresses.
93 verified protests. Okay. So the record will reflect that. I believe it needed 103. So it doesn't meet that threshold for an automatic denial. So now we're going to continue our discussion back here at the board on how we want to move forward. Director, do you have updated information that's ready?
Yeah, we plugged it in and we're opening it. We updated it based on changing the rate from 75% down to, I think it actually comes out to be 52%, and spread it over the years. It still stays within the maximum amount that came out in the Prop 218 study. So it's still a viable amount that you guys could reduce without violating the 218 process.
Okay, so here's the revised rate proposal where the top line, that sewer base rate, is about the 50%, and then we are still including that CIP fee of the $8. So you see it's approximately the 50%, 20%, 12, 8, 8. There's a little bit of rounding. There is the CIP fee, so that's why it's not exactly precise numbers that we discussed. And just down below, this was the rate proposal that was noticed in the Proposition 218. So we're going from an original proposal as noticed of $134.03 for the total single-family rate, and instead it's $117. So that is a savings of about $17 or so. And then you can see the price difference. The next year it's a savings of about $12, savings about $6, and then it's about it's the same in the year 4 and 5. I did update this with the new rate proposal, so it just bumped it down, less than the recently adopted Fort Bragg. So still in the middle range of the agencies. And then I updated this chart. Again, I know it's a lot of numbers on this one, so we'll enter this into the official record, as the board makes its determination.
Can you go back to that first slide?
I can try. Let's see. Did it go? Okay. The first.
The one that
this one?
showed the rate changes, the chart.
This one. There we go.
Yeah, that one. So the bottom, it was going to be the one. The original proposal was the 134.
Yes, the original proposal is on the bottom. The new proposal is on top.
Okay. What's that?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Are we still dealing with the shortfall?
Yes. Yeah, the first year.
Just the first year? And what is that looking like?
Yeah, 1 second. Pull that back up. first year shortfall is 47,600.
Would that be paid back by year 5?
Yes.
What year back, how many years would it take to pay it back?
So 3 years.
Would be in 2930, we would have the funds to pay that back.
Yeah.
And just for,
Year 4, we'd be able to pay it back.
Thank you.
and for a clarification on that, I know special districts sometimes has made loans to these specific districts. Are we gonna have the ability within our Lake Osan finances to make that loan without asking the Board of Supervisors?
We will have to go back and do an analysis of all of them. Do the sewer spill southeast is the one that's had the large reserves in the past, and we've been able to cash flow through that by loaning from there. So Jesse will have to look and see if, like North Lakeport has, if Northwest has an amount that we could loan out of there. But that will be the first place we look, is Northwest.
Okay. All right, does the board have any other questions at this point? And because of these changes that we made, I am gonna reopen public comment, but it's gonna be limited to a shorter time and just related to changes that we made since we had the previous public comment. So with that in mind, is there anybody in the room that wishes to comment about this updated proposal? And we'll give you 1 minute for these comments.
I would just like the board to consider spreading this increase out more than it is. For some of our residents that are on a fixed income, this is not a $40 a month, because special districts bills all the users bi-monthly. So when you see a bill that's going to be $80 more than the previous bill, it's not $40, it's $80 because they bill bi-monthly. I would just like to encourage you to spread this out more.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the room? Not seeing any. Is there anyone online, Johanna? So I'm going to close that public comment period and bring it back to the board. It looks like you have a question.
I just wanted to ask Robin, she didn't hear the comment. Is that the bi-monthly bill? Or is that monthly? Okay,
Monthly.
okay.
They just only pay it.
I knew they paid bi-monthly, but I wasn't sure if. Oh, yeah, so it's double that when they get the bill.
We bill bi-monthly, but those are monthly rates.
Okay.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I just appreciate the, I guess, the process that we just did today. I think, and I hear the public comment loud and clear, but I think we would be doing a disservice to running something in the red. We're already taking a risk with not doing the other increase. So appreciate the comment. I can't support it, just for the fact that I want to make sure that we have the funds to continue to run this service and not have to depend on other folks who are paying for their service to support this one. And so it's tough, and we need to make sure that what I've asked from Director Bore is that we be given a list of all the districts and when's the last time the rates were increased. And we need to get that annually, probably during budget, because it's not often enough that we get that list, so we could have an understanding of every 5 years, are we actually staying on top of this? Because obviously we have not.
Okay.
It would make this a whole lot easier to swallow than to wait that much time.
And I'm also happy that we're able to work out another option. I don't like the situation that we've been put in with previous boards and administrations that haven't done these properly every 5 years, particularly because it puts our ratepayers, our citizens, in a bad situation. And again, it's not anything that they did. And we've just been put kind of in a bad position, but at the same time, we can't not raise the rates, because if we have any kind of failure, we don't have the money to fix it, and we've got to make sure these systems are in proper working order so that we don't have situations like we had recently. So I wish we could do better, but I'm not sure that that's possible. I do want to make sure that we first we make every effort to make these loans out of the districts, because I don't think the general fund, it's not going to be in great shape this year with what we're facing from the federal and the state government. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Just a last thing, I know we have a prior supervisor, and I'm hearing the comments we're making. I think we have tough decisions at all times, like post-Valley Fire, post-Mendocino Complex. Like, how do you all of a sudden just face the public and say, we're increasing your rates during these things? And I think that and then during COVID and all those times, I think that we're always hit with things from different angles. And I guess the challenge is to try to keep up and to try to meet the needs of the people while also being respectful. But waiting this long is probably even worse. So just, it's hard.
Thank you. I meant no disrespect to a former supervisor or anyone as an individual. This just should have been done. And if it was me back then, I would have said I should have done it. So anyway, do we have any other board comments?
Mm-mm.
Then I guess we'd be ready for action.
I can make it.
You want to make it?
What's the motion?
Mr. Guantabano?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this being an ordinance and with the revisions being proposed, walk your board through when your board is ready for the first motion. It's a two-part motion. And the first part would have the amendments reflected. I've requested special district staff to walk through the amendments so that everyone it could be clear and confirm that these are the changes that are going to be made in the ordinance document itself. So the first motion would be to approve the first reading of the ordinance as amended to be read in title only, and with the amendments, I'll defer to special district staff to walk through what those amendments are on the ordinance document.
And Allison's going to read them. It's on her screen.
Allison will read that.
Okay, so the single-family, domestic strength, single-family residential base charge will increase to $109.36. The next rate adjustment will be $131.23, then $146.97, then $158.73, then $171.43. For the domestic strength multifamily residential first unit base charge, the rate will increase to $83.32, then to $99.98, then to $111.98, then to $120.94, then to $130.62. The low strength commercial base charge will increase to $122.67, $147.20, then to $164.86, then to $178.05, then to $192.29. The medium strength commercial base charge.
Can I interrupt on that one? Can you reread the low strength, because that sounds like we went above. Because what I'm reading on the ordinance says 143.30, 152.60, 164.81, 178, and 192.24, and I believe the last three that you read were above that. I guess the first two could be above, but it can't be higher than 192.24.
Okay, yeah, we do have a slight rounding issue. I'll have to correct that.
The last three were off.
That's fine.
It's the fiscal year 30-31, right?
Down here. 28, yeah. This is when I try to do it on the fly very quickly. Okay, so Medium strength. Okay, yes. So we can, I think, go back to the low strength. Okay, so low strength commercial base charge. All right, the July 1st, 2026, so the first rate adjustment will be to 122.67, then to 147.20, then to 164.81. The next rate adjustment, $178. The adjustment after that, $192.24. Okay, we can move along to the medium strength commercial rate, increasing to $312.44, then to $374.93, then to $419.92, then to $453.51, then to $489.79. Okay. And the high strength commercial rate will go to $612.08, $734.50, $822.73, $888.45, and then $959.52. Okay. All right, then we can go down to the convalescent group home hospital detention rate per bed will be $39.06. Next year will be $46.87. The year after that, $52.49. Then $56.69. Then $61.22. The hotel motel without kitchen per room rate will be $20.45, $24.53, $27.47, $29.67, $32.04. The hotel motel with kitchen rate will be $39.06, $46.87, then $52.49, $56.69, $61.22. Let's see, hotel motel permanently occupied, $83.32, $99.98, $111.98, $120.94, $130.62. Laundromat is going to $61.33, then $73.60, $82.41, $89, $96.12. The theater drive-in rate per seat or car space, 82 cents, 98 cents, $1.10, $1.18, $1.28. The next one is bars, lounge, restaurants per seat over 33, $1.63, $1.96, $2.19, $2.37, and $2.56. The next one is, what is that? Let's see, RV and campgrounds without sewer hookup per space, $6.14, $7.36, $8.24, $8.90, $9.61. RV campgrounds with sewer hookup per space, $39.06, $46.87, $52.49, $56.69, and $61.22. Let's see, what is that? Schools without cafeteria or showers per student, $3.27, $3.92, $4.39, $4.75, $5.13. And then
It's the same.
schools, yeah, the same. And then let's see, when a specific type of connection is not addressed or easily identified, fees will be calculated on the flow based on 210 gallons per day per single family equivalent. And the rate for that customer will be $109.36, followed by $131.23, $146.97, $158.73, $171.43. Get it all?
I think we've covered it, County Council.
Is that the whole motion then?
Yes, that would be the whole motion, and it would be, as I stated, approve, just to reiterate, approve the first reading of the ordinance as amended, with the amendments already stated to be read in title only.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries 4-1.
So, an ordinance amending section 721B of the Sewer Use Ordinance, Appendix A of the Lake County Ordinance Code, increasing sewer use fees for South Lake Port, Lands End, and Reeves Point. Do I have to read the AD 9-1 and AD 9-3?
Thank you. County Council?
And the second motion would be to approve the draft ordinance be advanced to the next Board of Supervisors meeting for consideration and possible adoption.
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries 4-1. And that concludes this item. So we're going to move on to our .130 item. This is a public hearing, consideration of appeal PL 26-12 of Planning Commission's approval of major use permit PL 2513 for UP 21-15 Rancho Lake LLC. Location is 19955, 19986, 20110, and 22222 Grange Road in Middletown, with the APN numbers being 014-290-08, 014-300-02, and then 03, and then 04, with the appellant being Peter Lucchetti. And we have our Community Development Department here. The first order of business is that we're going to need to swear in witnesses on all sides. So all of our staff, anybody from the appellant and any of their witnesses, anybody that's going to testify needs to stand and raise their right hand, including anybody online that may be a witness. You should have Eric Smith online. Do we have Eric Smith? And he's got his hand raised?
Yep, Eric
Okay.
Smith's online with his hand raised. All right, everybody else with your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Oh, and
Thank
we
you.
have Autumn Carsey online too.
Is she a witness? Okay. All right, then, in this case, we're going to start with the Community Development Department staff to present to us.
Thank you.
What's that?
Maria Turner, Community Development Director. Our presentation will start shortly. I will turn this over to our Senior Planner, Mary Claiborne.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair. My name is Mary Claiborne. I'm a Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. Today for consideration is PL-26-12, Appeal of Major Use Permit PL-25-13. This item was continued from April 21st, 2026. The appellant, applicant, and their counsel are present in chambers or in Zoom. On January 8th, 2026, the Planning Commission approved a major use permit, PL-25-13, for commercial cannabis cultivation of 19.6 acres of outdoor canopy and a Type 13 distribution self-transport only license. The appeal, PL-26-12, was filed by the appellant on January 12, 2026. The appellant raised concerns specific to substantive CEQA violations and inadequate environmental review, land use incompatibility, general welfare, and reservation of rights. The site is located approximately 4.5 miles east-northeast of Middletown. The closest community growth boundary is approximately 1,450 feet southeast of the project site. The parcel is split zoned agriculture and rural residential. However, cultivation activities are proposed on the land designated as agriculture. The surrounding land uses are rural land, agriculture, agriculture preserve, rural residential, and open space. The proposed features for the permit request include up to 19.6 acres of outdoor canopy within a 34-acre cultivation area, 5 6,000 square foot harvest storage and staging engineered membrane structures for seasonal use, 2 120 square foot sheds for chemical, pesticide, and hazardous material storage, 1 120 square foot shed for office and security use, 20 5,000-gallon water storage tanks for irrigation and dedicated fire suppression, an employee parking area with 14 standard spaces and 1 accessible space, an on-site portable accessible restroom and hand washing facility, 6-foot galvanized woven wire perimeter fencing with metal gates equipped with padlocks, security cameras, and internal roadway improvements. The proposed location for cannabis canopy is located in a flat valley. There is 1 perennial Class 1 water course, an intermittent Class 2 water course, and several Class 3 water courses on site. All setbacks from water courses have been identified. No surface water diversion is proposed. A wetland delineation was not required for this project due to avoidance by design. The site has been used for continual agricultural operations, and the total parcel size is approximately 1,627 acres combined. The project parcel has been improved with internal compacted dirt and gravel access roads, a residence, agricultural accessory structures, and 2 groundwater wells. AB 52 tribal notification of the project was sent to tribes with Aboriginal territory in and around County of Lake. Tribal comments were received from the Hebemetal Pomo of Upper Lake Tribe, deferring to Middletown Rancheria. The Community Development Department did not receive a formal AB 52 tribal consultation request for this project. However, the applicant, Rancho Lake LLC, has voluntarily entered into a cultural resources monitoring and treatment program with the Middletown Rancheria. Regulations reviewed for compliance include the Lake County General Plan, Middletown Area Plan, CEQA guidelines, Department of Cannabis Control regulations, and the Lake County Zoning Ordinance. Project analysis, the California Environmental Quality Act. The CEQA environmental determination for the project is a mitigated negative declaration adopted by the Planning Commission on January 8, 2026. All identified impacts are reduced to less than significant with mitigation measures incorporated. Public comment period occurred from November 1st, 2023 through November 30th, 2023. Impacts identified include aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, noise, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems. Based on the analysis provided in the ISMND, staff found the project to be consistent with all applicable codes and requirements. Points of interest, project scoping. The Rancho Lake project application was submitted to the Community Development Department on April 5th, 2021. To ensure compliance with setback requirements from waterways, the existing PG&E utility easement, and to address multiple operational considerations and concerns, the scope of the project was revised, resulting in reductions to both the cultivation area and the canopy size. The final proposal was revised from 73.4 acres to 19.6 acres of canopy. Additional points of interest, hydrology and water resources. Puda Creek, a perennial Class 1 watercourse, flows through the northernmost portion of the project parcel. Crazy Creek, an intermittent Class 2 watercourse, flows into Puda Creek. Multiple unnamed intermittent Class 3 watercourses flow through the project parcel and into Puda Creek. The project meets 150-foot setbacks from Puda Creek and 100-foot setbacks from the other creeks and watercourses. According to the hydrogeologic assessment report, the proposed cultivation operation has an estimated annual water use of approximately 49.2 acre-feet per year. The recharge rate is estimated to be approximately 793.2 acre-feet per year. The report concluded that the site can sustainably produce the water needed to meet the project demands without causing overdraft conditions. The drought management plan submitted by the applicant identifies best management practices per the State Water Resources Quality Control Board's Cannabis General Order. The General Order conserves water resources during normal times and in times of drought. The applicant intends to reduce their outdoor canopy area and water usage by approximately 10% during declared drought emergencies. Points of concern that were raised by the appellant: hydrological impacts, traffic impacts and evacuation, inadequate biological surveys, and failure to comply with safety standards. The certified hydrogeologist, Lee Hurwitz of Hurwitz Environmental Services, provided information that Puda Creek and the project's well do not have direct interference. The radius of pumping influence suggests that groundwater well would not have a direct effect on stream flow. This project does not involve water rights or surface water diversion. Traffic impacts and evacuation. The project's internal traffic analysis indicated an average of 24 daily trips with up to 40 trips during peak season, which does not meet the CEQA threshold of 110 or more trips to require a detailed traffic study. A formal traffic study was not recommended for this project in accordance with CEQA guidelines. Staff was directed to reach out for agency comment to the fire district for emergency evacuation. The fire district deferred to Lake County Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, or OES. OES responded to the request for comment, which is in Exhibit A9 to staff's report. Staff recommended that the conditions of approval be amended prior to project approval at the January 8th hearing to include a condition from Lake OES as a result of the agency comment received. Inadequate biological surveys. The adopted initial study mitigated negative declaration includes mitigation measures specific to biological resources as identified within the biological surveys and agency comment received during the review period. According to the CEQA analysis, impacts relating to biological resources would be reduced to less than significant with mitigation measures Bio 1 through Bio 5 incorporated. These mitigation measures are reiterated within the project's conditions of approval. Bio 4 requires pre-construction surveys for special status plants and animals, and Bio 5 requires pre-construction surveys for nesting birds. Failure to comply with safety standards. Fire mitigation measures were also identified within the adopted ISMND and shall be implemented in accordance with Public Resource Code subsection 4290 and subsection 4291 fire safety standards, including road width requirements, appropriate turnarounds, gate access, defensible space creation, and the installation of water tanks designated for fire suppression. Internal gates and roadways shall meet the requirements of PRC 4290 and will be equipped with Knox box to ensure rapid access for emergency responders. These improvements will not occur until project approval. Additional points raised by the appellant: land use incompatibility and general welfare, threat to organic certification, pesticide drift, inadequate buffers, absence of engineered odor control, inadequate setbacks conflict with residential use, and prime farmland incompatibility. Pesticide use in Lake County falls under the regulatory jurisdiction of the Department of Pesticide Regulation, with oversight at the local level by the Agricultural Commissioner. The Agricultural Commissioner provided agency comments noting that the operator must obtain a pesticide operator identification number in order to purchase and apply pesticides. Additionally, the operator must acquire a private applicator certificate to train employees involved in pesticide application. It is not uncommon for conventional and organic farmed properties to exist side by side. However, pesticide applicators have a responsibility when making applications to not allow products to drift or to continue making an application when weather conditions would favor potential drift. The applicant plans to dry cannabis within engineered membrane structures for seasonal use. The structures do not include the use of air filtration equipment due to being temporary in nature. These structures will be constructed in July of each year and deconstructed in December. No permanent foundations for these structures are proposed. Odor control measures are mandated for permanent greenhouse structures located within the farmland protection zone. Since the project involves outdoor cultivation under full sun, the use of odor filtration equipment is not required. The closest off-site residences are approximately 900 and 1,000 feet from the project site respectively. The proposed location of the cannabis canopy exceeds the 200-foot setback requirement for off-site residences. Prime farmland incompatibility and inadequate buffers. The project will utilize approximately 40 acres, which is 2.5% of the total 1,627 acre property. The remaining land will continue to be used for grazing and agricultural purposes. The proposed outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation activities are agriculture in nature, such as planting crops and harvesting product, and align with existing land use patterns, surrounding uses, and applicable zoning regulations. The Lake County Board of Supervisors has not designated the project area as a farmland protection zone, or FPZ. The nearest FPZ land is situated in the Lower Lake area along State Highway 29, approximately 10 miles as the crow flies from the project site. Staff must analyze projects for conformance with existing code requirements and regulations. The project meets all required regulations related to development and siting and is also consistent with the Lake County General Plan, Middletown Area Plan, Lake County Zoning Ordinance, CEQA guidelines, and Department of Cannabis Control regulations. Staff recommends the board deny the appeal, upholding the January 8, 2026 Planning Commission's approval of the project. And I'm available for any questions or comments you may have.
Okay, is any further from the community development at this point? No? So then we would go to the appellant, who's going to be presenting.
I have several folks with me. I have Peter Luchetti, Eric Smith, and Ryan Crawford.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and proceed, sir.
As my counsel, Mark Hirsch, indicated, I'm Peter Luchetti. To be clear, in Mary's presentation, I'm representing 276 Ranch LLC, which is a property that's owned by my family. So I don't own it myself. It's owned by my family through the LLC. So I just want to make sure we correct that for the record. It's 276 Ranch LLC. I want to thank the board for your time and consideration of our appeal. We take your time and effort and resources quite seriously, and we'll try to be expedient in our comments and be as efficient as possible. Before we get into the details of our response to the presentation you just heard and our concerns about the mitigated negative declaration, I want you to get to know us a little bit better, so I'm going to make 2 or 3 minutes of comments about our background and our history and the ranch itself. 276 Ranch is a 56-year family-owned operation in Middletown area, directly next door to the ranch that you just heard about, the Comstock Ranch. And in those 56 years, we've never missed a year of producing beef cattle. In fact, in California, we produce beef cattle in 3 locations, east of Santa Barbara and Cuyama, in Marin County at the Mount Burdell Reserve, and here in Lake County. So we produce about 500 head of cattle a year. But we've never missed a year of production in 56 years, including the Valley Fire, which was devastating for the ranch, as it was for the Comstocks and several other people in our area. A very regrettable and difficult time period, I might add. We lost about $3.5 million of infrastructure in the fire, 3 homes, 2 historic barns, our main equipment shed, livestock. But we kept the cattle moving and we kept the operation alive. We didn't walk away from Lake County. And this is, I think, one of our main points. 10 years ago, we transitioned the ranch to certified organic. We are certified organic, despite what you might have heard. It was difficult to do this, very, very hard, a struggle to make your ranch comply with all those rules and regulations. And, several years before the books turned a profit, but as many of you who've been to the grocery store recently might know, beef's up about 450% in price in the last 10 years. So we're now very profitable. And I'm proud to say solidly profitable. I'm proud to say we're able to pay an insurance bill that's 400% more than it was before the Valley Fire, regrettably, but we're able to pay it. In addition, we make our payroll to our employees. We pay our property taxes. We fund improvements, and we're really proud of what we've done. When we rebuilt the ranch, we invested $5.5 million in rebuilding our ranch. $3.5 million came from insurance, and the balance came out of our pocket. And to get the $3.5 million insurance, I had to go through a 3-year lawsuit with the insurance company. Another terrible thing to have to do after the Valley Fire, but we did get the money. And we did invest it. We didn't walk away from Lake County. We invested it back in Lake County. And this is the context of the appeal. We are not in opposition to the cannabis industry, and we're not in opposition to the idea that the Comstocks might grow cannabis on their property, to be clear. There's a version of a permit we could accept. And we're very open to that conversation. It's a request for the board to protect what's already here, a multi-generational certified organic ranch on prime farmland. No, it's not FPZ, although I think it should be. I don't think a cattle rancher should be prejudiced versus a grape grower. A cattle rancher in the South County should not be prejudiced over a grape grower in the North County in terms of protecting traditional agriculture. And that, again, I'm not opposed to cannabis. I'm trying to make the things coexist together in a thoughtful and orderly way. We need to get our story straight relative to a 19.6 acre commercial cannabis cultivation directly over the fence line. So there's a 100-foot setback, but that's not much. Our organic land and 110 acres of irrigated pasture, you can see in the picture up there, is the green space up there is directly over the fence line. There are several topics of concern with the MND, the Mitigated Negative Declaration from Rancho Lake LLC and the Comstock family, that we'd like to talk about, and we have experts here today to shed some light on our perspective on the inadequacies of the MND and what we need to do to take corrective action. They include water supply and aquifer hydrology, odor control and pesticide exposure, what you just heard about from Mary, the wildfire risk, Section 4290 issues, and some biological issues. They all figure prominently in our appeal. In closing, I'm asking the board to put appropriate protections in place for traditional agriculture in Lake County while respecting the Comstock's right to grow cannabis. To find a solution, in effect, that mediates this so that we can coexist together and enjoy a very, very, I think, superior relationship we had with the Comstocks for 56 years. but it has been put under great strain by this particular conflict that we're having, that I would like to see resolved. I don't wish to have conflict with the Comstocks. I don't speak disparagingly about them. We have great love and great care for the Comstocks for 56 years and had a wonderful relationship with them and hope to have that going forward. With this introduction, I would like to turn it over to Martin Hirsch, my counsel. He's going to organize the discussion of the experts that will talk about the issues around the MND, if I understand it correctly.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, supervisors. I'm Martin Hirsch. I have the honor of representing Peter Lucchetti and 276 Ranch. We're here today simply because it's our position that the MND is insufficient and that this project should be processed on an EIR for the reasons that have been talked about by staff and that Peter touched on. Concerns about odor and pesticide drift, fire safety, our feeling that the biological and the hydrological studies were inadequate. As a reminder, I'm sure you all have heard this before, but I want to touch on some of the relevant CEQA guidelines that I think provide the principles in play for why you will hear that an EIR is required for this project. So the basic CEQA rule is that if there is substantial evidence in light of the record as a whole that a project may have significant effect on the environment, then an EIR should be prepared. If a lead agency is presented with a fair argument that a project may have a significant effect on the environment, the lead agency shall prepare an EIR, even though it may also be presented with other substantial evidence that the project will not have a significant effect. And that leads into if there is a disagreement among expert opinions supported by facts over the significance of an effect on the environment, the lead agency shall treat the effect as significant and shall prepare an EIR. Basically meaning if there's a difference of opinion among the experts, that means that there is an issue of significance necessitating an EIR. So the first issue that I want to call up one of our experts to discuss is the hydrology. And that's one where I think there is a significant difference of opinion between the experts. So to speak on that, I'm going to ask Ryan Crawford, who's here from GHD, to address you all.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I guess I'll introduce myself first, although I know I've been in this courtroom a few times. Thanks for having me back. I've worked in the water resources engineering field for over 20 years. Lake County, Humboldt County, Sonoma, Napa, the North Coast. I've worked specifically in the Coyote Basin. Our company actually engineered and built the Hidden Valley Lake CSD. I've personally been monitoring and doing pump tests and municipal groundwater studies for the CSD and other entities within the Coyote Basin there. If I can step back just for a second on the big picture, if that's okay, and I'll zoom into the site. Take me just a minute. Coyote Valley Groundwater Basin, as most people here are aware of, is that little closed basin with a lot of water flowing through initially during the wet season from Puda Creek, and then it will dry out or get really dried out or run dry, Puda Creek at least, during droughts, including the last recent really bad one. Groundwater, zooming into some of the sites, this particular site is the very southern end of the groundwater basin where it pinches and is completely bound by hard rock. So it thins and it's bound by hard rock right there. The state Department of Water Resources has data on this groundwater basin from 1950 all the way to they stopped in 2010. And the CSD has continued monitoring their wells and monitoring wells, including on the Lucchetti property, since that time. Long-term trends since 1950 show it's generally declined almost 10 feet over that time. You can look at a trend, it just looks like it's going down 8+ feet. Fluctuations of groundwater between a wet year and a drought year are about 30 feet in difference. That's depth of water from the surface could be 10 feet below the ground, and then on a really bad drought like the last one we had, it's 30 feet below the ground or more. And so I think, in my personal opinion, after putting transducers in Lucchetti's wells in 2024 for the spring, the summer, and the fall, to see what his wells were doing, what the monitoring wells nearby were doing, and if they interacted with each other or caused interference, even just on their property. And I believe he reached out to the neighbors to see if they would participate just in trust, because this is sort of public trust, groundwater trust. And they declined, so we unfortunately don't have the data to see even if their wells were interacting at all, which I think is a general thing one would do to prove that there is an impact going on between uses and groundwater uses. Groundwater use on this scale can be tricky without real data. The data provided, with all due respect to the other consultancy, it was based on a 6-hour pump test simulation on itself. So pumping from their well that they put in, but not using other observation wells to do physical distance drawdown testing. So in most of the hydrological cycle that we had transducers in the Lucchetti Ranch wells, even when they were pumping in use for their normal year, it was sort of a normal-ish rain year for 2024, they do even on-site interact with each other and drop water levels between each other. So I have a hard time imagining that just over the fence, they wouldn't have some sort of material impact to the groundwater levels within the Lucchetti Ranch wells. So I'm open to questions or anything along those lines, or if I missed anything, would you like me to, I could go into greater detail on everything I spoke about, but I want to be succinct too. And
I'm not seeing any questions right now.
Okay, and the next topic that I would like to address is the, as we see it, the inadequacy of the biological study. Eric Smith should be online. He's reviewed the biological analysis and has some comments addressing the inadequacy, basically in that it fails to adequately address impacts to candidate and proposed threatened and endangered species. The botanical surveys that were performed were conducted during a period of exceptional drought. The survey performed did not cover the entire project area, and the survey results are out of date. So I believe Eric is prepared to address that in greater detail.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thanks, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thanks to the staff and the supervisors and the chair. So as Martin said, I want to talk about the biological documentation. I'll say I have 15 years of experience doing surveys for the species and resources in question here in Central California, but I want to state for the record that the biologists who did the work for this project are very well qualified. I'm not here to impeach their credentials. I'm not arguing with any of the facts that they wrote in their report. In fact, I'm relying on the facts as they lay them out. But what I want to point out is that according to their own reports, there are some things they didn't look at, but which I think they do deserve to be looked at. So the reports are incomplete in several ways. They don't address 2 different candidate endangered species. The surveys didn't cover the whole project area, and the surveys don't meet the required standards for rare plants or for wetlands waters. The surveys were conducted in early 2021, and bad timing just a few months after the surveys were done, Crotch's bumblebee, which is a candidate for listing under California Endangered Species Act, was then found a few miles away from the site. It's since been redocumented a bunch of times in the area, but because it hadn't been found yet when the documents were prepared, it didn't come up in their record search, and it's not even discussed in the documents in the Biological Resources Report in the ISMND. I don't know that this species is present on the project site, but it does deserve to be examined and addressed in the documents. As a candidate for listing, it gets full coverage of the California Endangered Species Act. Second, another element of bad timing is that the documents discuss northwestern pond turtle, but it wasn't until 2023 that northwestern pond turtle was proposed for listing under the Endangered Species Act. The biological report says pond turtles are present in Putta Creek on the property right next to the project site. And it also says that they dig their nests and lay their eggs up to 1,600 feet from the water's edge. Problem is, the ISMND only has that 100 to 150 foot setback from the stream for ground disturbance. The entire cultivation area is within 1,600 feet of a stream. So according to the project's own documents, turtles could be nesting anywhere in the cultivation area. The ISMND gives a measure for pre-construction surveys, but a team of turtle experts has recently found that pre-construction surveys, which are just a walkthrough on the ground, aren't able to find turtle nests because they're buried to hide them from predators. In order to adequately protect turtles from basically getting their nests destroyed by disking and grading, there needs to be something more intense than a pre-construction survey. Third item that's unfortunate about the timing of the bio-studies is that they were done in 2021, which you may recall was an exceptional drought year, the highest level of drought rating, only 40% of average rainfall. That makes it very hard to identify plants, especially annual plants. The protocols for plant surveys say that if you have a drought year, you should do an extra year of surveys, and or you should go confirm that the plants are in fact blooming at reference sites. That didn't happen in these surveys. They didn't use reference populations. The other thing the protocol says is that in addition to doing multiple years, if you have a bad year, that surveys age out after 2 or 3 years. These surveys are 5 years old, so one way or another, it's pretty clear that additional surveys are needed in order to establish whether there are rare plants on the site. Also, of course, if you want to detect species, you need to search your entire site. The project survey map presented in the reports show that the botanists surveyed the entire site in February, but then they didn't survey when they went back in April and June. Not a lot of plants are blooming in February, so you can't say that you've done a complete botanical survey of the site if you didn't do the entire site in the spring and summer surveys. I did want to say that staff mentioned that the ISMND has pre-construction surveys for protected species, and this is just a technical thing, but pre-construction surveys are not the same as protocol and planning surveys. Planning surveys follow established protocols, and they're timed when the species can be detected, and they take multiple visits over weeks or months. Pre-construction surveys are a walkthrough right before work starts. The whole reason that we have those protocols that the agencies wrote for us is that you can't just walk through on any arbitrary day and see everything. So pre-construction survey is not sufficient to replace the planning surveys that need to be redone. And then if I've still got time, I just want to say about wetlands and waters that, as staff mentioned, the project's biological documents are very clear that they did not do a wetland delineation. The reason that's a problem is that first, they have their required setback from streams, and you can't say how far you are from a stream if you don't do a delineation to say where the stream is. The second issue is that they say that a wetland delineation isn't needed because there are no wetlands on site, but the way you establish whether there are or not wetlands is to do a wetland delineation. That's the one process that's approved by the regulatory agencies, Army Corps and Water Board. So, just looking at the aerial, there are places that you would look at and say, is this a wetland? I'd like to know, could you do a wetland delineation? Those are the major factors. Thanks for your time and attention. Do you have any questions for me?
Doesn't appear that we do at this point. Thank you.
You all.
Thank you, Eric. The next topic I want to address is odor and pesticide drift. We retained an environmental scientist who holds a PhD in that field, Dr. Mark Cram, who unfortunately couldn't be here. He just returned from an overseas trip a few days ago. So I will try to summarize his opinions. It's pretty it's pretty technical and dense, so please bear with me. Dr. Cram, as I said, he holds a PhD in environmental science. He has studied approximately 40 cannabis grows throughout the state of California, specifically measuring odor and pesticide drift, and he's come up with a, essentially, as I understand it, odor is chemical compounds that are in the air that basically float, and we sense them and receive them as smells. So he's been able to measure these chemical compounds and come up with a level of exceedance where if the chemical compounds are between 20 to 50 parts per billion by volume, that's where humans will pick up that skunky aroma of cannabis. And through his studies, as well as other studies in the field, it's his opinion that a cannabis grow of this size could be detected by smell, the odors, between 1 to 2 miles away from the project area. And again, that's based on the 20 to 50 parts per billion by volume of the chemical compound, which is primarily micrine. It's also his opinion that the fertilizers, fungicides, pesticides, and herbicides used on the site will also be picked up and drift onto the neighboring Lucchetti property. And basically he says that this size, any cannabis grow, but especially a cannabis grow of this size, sort of is emanating chemicals into the atmosphere, the odor chemicals, as well as any pesticide and that sort of thing that is sprayed on the site. And those chemicals will carry a much greater distance than what the project applicant indicated based on, I think they used a study of a 1 acre grow, which is obviously not an apples to apples comparison to this project. It's his final conclusion that as a result of the odor and pesticide drift that will travel a much greater distance than what was indicated by the project documents, that Mr. Lucchetti and 276 Ranch is likely to suffer harm by the deposits of those chemicals onto its property. I also want to point out that the mitigation measure stated in the MND, which is that in the event of a drift occurrence, a complaint could be submitted and that there would be a follow-up investigation. That doesn't protect from harm. A follow-up investigation means that the harm has already occurred. So that's, in my opinion, not an adequate mitigation. Finally, touching on fire safety, Public Resources Code Section 4290 requires access roads in state responsibility areas to be at least 20 feet wide. Here, the road in question is 16 feet in width, so the basic math doesn't add up there. The road is not wide enough And added to that, the road is not just used by this project and 276 Ranch, it's also used by the U.S. Coast Guard facility, the Gwinnett Valley and Noyce Ranch properties. It was also indicated in the Gwinnett Valley Resort EIR that approximately 4,511 vehicles would exit over this road in the event of an emergency. So the cumulative impact of not just this project, but the Gwinnett Valley Resort project should have been studied, and that's obviously factoring in the Gwinnett Valley Resort project that exceeds the threshold of significance when taken together. So with that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you. Unless there are any questions, of course.
Does the board have any questions for the appellant's testimony at this point? Go ahead, Supervisor.
I don't have a question for the appellant. In fact, I should have asked this question, but I'm going to ask it publicly to Mr. Guintavano. We've been provided information about a petition that was filed in the courts. It's got the appellant's name on it. It's got our name on it. Like, what is our abilities today, and do we ignore that and continue on with this? I feel the need for guidance to better understand how we don't I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for, but put ourselves in a trap of saying things today that would just be used against us when we already have a claim filed against us at this moment in time. I believe it's got the County of Lake, the Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors on that, and I just wanted to at least, I feel it's like an elephant in the room that needs to be discussed to help guide us on how to engage in this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So those are two separate proceedings and one proceeding at this point, the court. There is no bar or prohibition or injunction on your board to proceed with this appeal hearing at this point in time. To the extent that any reference would be made to arguments or documents that were filed in court or that were presented in court, for your board's consideration for purposes of this appeal, your board, the suggestion here would be to essentially categorize those arguments, if they are going to be presented here, for your board's consideration, much like any other appeal, based on the findings that were presented in the staff reports as made a part of this appeal for a major use permit. And you see that in Exhibits A and A1, I believe, and those are in reference to the December 11, 2025 staff report and the January 8, 2026 staff report, and the findings that were made in those reports.
Okay. And I do agree that there's a separation, but we all received information. It's in one of the attachments as well, where within that attachment, the court case was attached to it. So it's hard to not separate when it's part of the attachments that we were provided in order to prepare for today.
Thank you. Anything else at this point? No. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I have some comments when we're ready for our regular comments.
So if you're concluded, then I'm going to move on to public testimony.
Thank you.
At this point. So numerous people were sworn in. Do we have any public testimony? Who wants to go first? Hang on one second. I believe this be limited to 3 minutes on the public or not?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with testimony, it wouldn't be
no limit.
No limit. And your board may want to also just confirm and check if the witnesses here, there would be witnesses on behalf of the applicant itself, since we've already covered both sides.
We've heard from both sides, but we haven't heard from the applicant yet.
Would you like to
I can sit down if you prefer.
Okay, does the applicant want to provide any testimony before we hear other testimony? Yes. Sounds like it, so come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name's Timothy Kasuni, and I am counsel for the applicant, Rancho Lake Incorporated and Comstock Ranch LLC. This has been a very long process. There will be a number of other testimonies from other people with the applicant's project team. I want to just give you a generalized legal framework for how we address a mitigated negative declaration and whether or not an EIR is required, which is the appellant's contention. I've submitted a letter for the record dated May 14th, 2026. It is a 12-page letter that lays out the legal framework why there is more than substantial evidence to support the mitigated negative declaration. I'm not going to repeat that letter, but I think it is, if there are any questions in that regard, it could be referred to. I want to also address a couple of the points made by the appellant's counsel. The question before this board is not whether someone disagrees with the project or whether hypothetical impacts are conceivable. The question is whether substantial evidence in the record supports a fair argument of a significant environmental impact that was not mitigated to less than significance. Here, the county has substantial evidence supporting the mitigated negative declaration, and the appellant has not presented substantial evidence to the contrary. The appellant explicitly relies on CEQA Guidelines 15064 Subdivision G, arguing that because Ryan Crawford disagrees with the project hydrologist, the county must prepare an EIR. The existence of disagreement alone does not automatically trigger an EIR. CEQA requires substantial evidence supporting a fair argument of a potentially significant impact. The county has substantial evidence supporting its conclusion that groundwater impacts would be less than significant, including a site-specific hydrogeologic assessment, basin-wide groundwater evaluation, recharge analysis, and empirical pumping data. Importantly, the appellant's expert does not provide actual measured evidence showing that the project will significantly impact neighboring wells. Instead, he largely speculates that impacts may occur during drought conditions and criticizes aspects of the methodology. The appellant does not identify any evidence demonstrating that the methodology used is unreliable or that it produces erroneous conclusions. Nor does the appellant present an alternative analysis based on site-specific data showing that significant impacts would occur. Absent such evidence, the appellant's critique amounts to disagreements with the methodology, which does not constitute substantial evidence. And on that point, I'd refer specifically to page 5 of my May 14th, 2026 letter. There's just a couple sentences I'd like to read. In that letter, I state, the appellant does not identify any evidence demonstrating that the methodology used is unreliable or that it produces erroneous conclusions. Absent such evidence, the appellant's critique amounts to disagreement with methodology, which is not substantial evidence. And I'm citing a seminal case, Laurel Heights Improvement Association versus the Regents of the University of California. It's a California Supreme Court case. As for biological resources, the record reflects multiple biological surveys conducted across different dates in 2021, plus a more recent pre-construction survey conducted in April 2026. The 2026 survey confirmed that no special status species or habitats had moved onto the site. If we speak on this, which I am, I would like to emphasize that the site has long been actively disturbed agricultural land. The habitat quality was evaluated by qualified biologists, and no responsible wildlife agency objected to the analysis. On this point, and at this time, I'd like to let the board know that there is also appearing by remote an attorney as part of the applicant's team, Kendra Hartman. Might be appropriate for her to make an introduction. I believe she did attempt to raise her hand to be sworn in. If the record is not clear on that, I'd like the record to be clear now that she is here. She can raise her hand and take the oath, but I'd like to make the introduction to Kendra. Once Kendra has made her introduction, she might have some additional comments. I'd like to have one of the other of the applicant's team proceed with their testimony. Thank you.
Johanna, was Kendra sworn in? What was that?
If her, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if Ms. Hartman is submitting arguments as an attorney on behalf of the applicant, then her those arguments would not have to be sworn.
Okay,
would not be
so
sworn.
she needs not take an oath. She's making arguments as counsel, but it's, yeah, I would like her to introduce herself, and when she's done, I'll proceed with the next member of the applicant team.
Okay. Kendra?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi. Hi, Chair and members of the board. I won't repeat everything that Mr. Kasuni just presented you with, but I just want to re-emphasize that the issue before the board is not whether there's opposition to the project or whether someone can speculate that impacts are theoretically possible. Under CEQA, the question is whether substantial evidence in the record supports the fair argument that this project may cause a significant environmental impact that has not been mitigated to a less than significant level. And here the county properly conducted an initial study, and they imposed mitigation measures, consulted with responsible agencies, and adopted a mitigated negative declaration, which is supported by substantial evidence in the administrative record. With respect to the groundwater and hydrology, the record contains site-specific hydrogeologic assessment, which evaluated groundwater availability, recharge, aquifer behavior, potential impacts to neighboring wells and to Puget Creek. And the analysis concluded that the aquifer system is capable of sustaining the project's demand without causing significant impacts. The record also contains real-world empirical pumping data showing that nearby wells have experienced substantially greater extraction volumes than this project proposes, with only minimal drawdown and rapid recovery. The appellant criticizes aspects of the testing methodology and speculates about drought conditions, but speculation and methodological disagreement do not constitute substantial evidence of a significant environmental impact under CEQA. Similarly, with respect to the odor and pesticide drift, the appellant relies heavily on generalized studies, modeling critiques, comparisons to projects in other counties. But CEQA requires substantial evidence tied to this project and this site, and importantly, it requires that a significant impact from odor must affect a substantial number of people. The county evaluated the actual context here, a rural agricultural setting with limited nearby residential receptors, and the record does not contain substantial evidence demonstrating that the project would result in significant odor impacts that affect a substantial number of people. As far as the traffic and evacuation issues, the project generates relatively modest traffic volumes. The appellant's argument depends largely on speculative future scenarios involving unrelated projects and hypothetical evacuation conditions. CEQA simply does not require the county to analyze uncertain future infrastructure or worst-case assumptions untethered to substantial evidence. No responsible fire or emergency agency identified a significant impact associated with this project. Ultimately, CEQA does not require an EIR simply because additional study could theoretically be performed or because experts disagree in the abstract. If that were the standard, mitigated negative declarations would effectively cease to exist as a lawful CEQA tool. So the question here is whether the county had substantial evidence supporting its conclusions. It did, and the appellant has not presented substantial evidence demonstrating a reasonable possibility of a significant environmental impact. So for those reasons, we respectfully request that the board deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the project. Thank you. I'll pass it over to somebody else on the applicant team.
Good afternoon. My name's Erin Cherry. I am the daughter of Jim Comstock and Colleen Comstock. I'm here representing the Comstock family and our family ranch. We have been 84 years at the Coyote Valley Ranch. My dad was born and raised there, as well as myself and my 3 brothers. We all graduated from Middletown High School, and Middletown is our home. I've been lucky enough that I was able to move back, and I am raising my family here. And we love this community, and we love this place, and we hope to be able to remain here for generations. We're lifelong ranchers, and like my grandfather, Hill Comstock, I graduated with a degree in agricultural sciences. As a family, we have always sought to run our ranch in a way that protects the land while allowing for safe and sustainable agriculture. The ranch itself has supported a wide variety of agriculture throughout the years, including sheep, cattle, oat hay, and even pear orchards a long time ago. We see cannabis as the next iteration of sustainable agriculture on our ranch. We feel our project is the perfect candidate for safe, legal cannabis farming. The project location is on a field that has previously been farmed and agricultural for well over 100 years. It is secluded and well removed from the surrounding community, especially Hidden Valley Lake. We have a clear and responsible water use plan. Our plan will not overtax or abuse one of our most precious resources. We have buffers in place from our neighbors in accordance with county guidelines that are well beyond the boundaries of the previous ag that was in those fields. So under the Lake County guidelines, we feel this project is just the perfect candidate for legal cannabis farming. Unfortunately, our neighbor does not see it that way. We have attempted to work with Mr. Lucchetti to satisfy his demands, but it has become increasingly clear that he was attempting to use the appeal process not to really address his concerns, but instead to delay or exert an unreasonable amount of control over our ranch and our business. His settlement proposals show he doesn't actually want to prevent cannabis, but rather he wishes to control, regulate, and even govern it personally himself. This isn't just a business for us. The ranch is our home. My husband, my kids, and I are members of the community here, and unlike our neighbor who owns multiple homes across the country and visits Lake County a few times a month, I'm on the ranch virtually every day. I love that land, and I know it very intimately. I could never support any activity that would spoil the natural beauty of what we consider to be our family's heritage. It's very unfortunate we have been unable to reach a settlement with our neighbor on this issue. He will argue that he has repeatedly sought to do so, but in reality, the conditions of his proposals have been unreasonable, to a point that it would strip us of our rights as ranchers and as private landowners. Our goal has always been to engage in agriculture that would be the least amount of impact as a way to preserve the natural beauty and ecology of the rest of the valley. Legally, cannabis farming uses less water, has far less environmental impact, and uses less land than other very less regulated agriculture and less economically viable crops. In a time where agriculture in California and Lake County is changing, I saw some of the change driving up today. Many landowners are having to tear out vineyards to the change in agriculture. 40,000 acres have been ripped out statewide in 2025, according to California Farm Bureau Ag Alert. Cannabis is a crop that can be economically viable and allow farming families to continue their land for ag, preserving the rural nature and beauty of our community. We ask that the board deny the appellant's appeal and allow us to go forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Trey Sherrill, and I am the consultant that worked with the applicant. I want to make myself available for any questions that you may have. I just want to touch on a couple of things that the appellant has stated against this project. To be clear, this use is agricultural in nature and will occur on an ag property in an ag field. The appellant has stated that today that the cultivation area will be 100 feet over the fence. That's the requirement that the county code has, is a 100-foot setback, but the reality is that the canopy areas will be over 250 feet from 276 Ranch. They've also stated that the road that is used to access the property is not 4290 compliant, and that is true. Part of this project would include road improvements to bring the road into compliance with CAL FIRE standards. We have our, and then about the biological surveys, I don't know why the biologists thought that the project area wasn't completely surveyed. There is in the botanical surveys report, there's a map showing all the areas that the biologists surveyed. The surveys that occurred in April and June, that area is smaller than the original surveyed area in February, but that was because we used the biological survey from February to determine where we were going to locate this project on the property. We used information from that survey, and then once we knew where we were going to locate this project, at that point, they didn't survey the larger area. They concentrated on the areas where the project would actually be. The appellant has indicated that they reached out to us to collaborate on the well testing, and that could not be less true. We had a meeting with the appellant a couple years ago, and I offered that exact same thing. The appellant informed me, we had a meeting with the county staff, and I offered that exact same thing, and they told me straight in my face, like, no, we're not going to do that. And then I've also, in Mr. Crawford's report, he indicated that they reached out, and I have asked Mr. Comstock if they had received any requests to do well testing or collaborate, and he says not once was that offered. We would have jumped at the opportunity. And then finally, we have one of our last people to talk today will be our hydrogeologist, but I just want to make we're talking about levels of significance in the hydrology analysis, and even the appellant's own hydrologist indicated that theoretically the impact would be less than a foot of drawdown in the worst case scenario from this project. It's in the report that they wrote. Now I'd like to bring up our hydrogeologist to say a little bit about water quality, unless you have any questions about the project itself that I might be able to answer.
Not seeing any at this point.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, board. My name's Lee Hurwitz. With Hurwitz Environmental. I'm a certified hydrogeologist. I did the hydrology report, the addendum, and the technical memorandum for this project. And I just wanted to just generally state that the project's groundwater use is considered reasonable. It's supported by field data, and it's not expected to cause significant adverse impacts. The well test that was performed on the project well was only 6 hours, but the appellant also did a transducer study where they pumped their well for 82 consecutive days at 650 gallons per minute, which created a drawdown of about 1.7 feet in a well located about 500 feet away. That's about the same distance as the project well to the Lucchetti well. Yes, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did see that data in there, but it was a little bit ambiguous. It stated that 87 days, was it 87 days?
It was
But it didn't say
82 days.
82 days, but it didn't state how long each day it was pumped. Was it an hour? Was it?
I think it was pumped continuously for 82 days, 24 hours a day at 650 gallons a minute.
Wow, okay.
And that created about one.
Hang on,
There was a
you'll get a
couple
chance to,
shutoffs.
hang on.
I believe there may have been a couple shutoffs where they malfunctioned, but my understanding was that's the way.
It wasn't in the report. That's why I was asking. That was one of my questions.
Well,
coming
their
up. So I apologize
transducer
for.
study presented that data to you guys, and that was what I responded to when I put this together. So what we found in their study was that they pumped a much higher rate than's being proposed. And the drawdown that they found was 1.7 feet after 82 days in a well 500 feet away. That's about the same distance between the project well and the nearest offsite well. So we could expect that those results would be similar if it was measured on the project well. That supports our conclusion, our initial conclusion. When we did the TICE model, which was the modeling that we did for this project, we showed less than a 3% drawdown in water levels, which was actually more conservative than it was actually found when they did their transducer study. So I think that proves that our modeling was appropriate and was conservative. Also, the project well, when pumped, as well as the transducer study that the Lucchettis performed, showed rapid recovery of the wells, which is also inconsistent with regional aquifer stress. That kind of shows that it's a resilient aquifer.
And that was at 650 gallons per minute, you said?
They pumped at 650 gallons a minute. The project well was pumped, I believe, at 350 gallons a minute.
Oh, so yours was 350.
Yeah, and I think that the average pumping rate for the project over the dry season is 60 gallons a minute if it was pumped continuously.
That's the kind of data I needed.
So if it's pumped continuously, the project well would be 60 gallons a minute in comparison to the 650 that was pumped from the Lucchetti well during their transducer test. So 10 times greater pumping rate created a 1.7 feet of drawdown, which in our opinion is insignificant. And that's because typically you would see a 10% threshold for significant adverse effects, meaning that the pumping and the project well would have to create a 10% drawdown of available water levels for it to be considered adverse. And in this case, we estimated 3%, and in their study, it showed less than 2%. So any groundwater pumping creates some localized drawdown. But the question is whether that drawdown is significant or adverse. And based on the modeling and the observed field data that was collected by the appellant, the predicted effects and the actual effects are small and below any adverse effect thresholds. And unless you have any questions, that's all I'm prepared to speak about.
What was the recovery? I remember reading it, but just not all the data was in there altogether.
The project well, when it was pumped, tested, I believe it had a 70+% recovery in 40 minutes. And then the appellant's well, when they did their transducer study, I believe had over a 90% recovery in 3 hours.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about their well. I was worried about yours.
So it was a 6-hour test at 355 gallons a minute for the project well, had a 73% recovery in 40 minutes.
And but that was only a 6 hours.
That was only a 6 hour.
And in the before harvest, when you're in the drought in the summer, when there's the least amount of water, how many hours a day will you be running that pump?
Well, I believe, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I do know that their average daily project use is 75,000 gallons. So
okay,
355 gallons a minute was their pumping rate. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm going to guess.
It's just doing the math.
4 to
Okay.
6 hours, something like that, would give them the water they need per day.
Thank you.
60 gallons a minute if it was pumped continuously. Thank you.
Okay, any other public testimony from the applicant's side? Is this testimony your sworn witness?
Yes, I did swear. Yes.
I'm getting a no from the people behind.
Okay, so right now we're hearing are you with the applicants?
No, I'm general public.
Okay,
That's
then
what you
if you could
told.
stand by for a minute. Mr. Kasuni, is there any further testimony from the?
No,
the-
Mr. Chair, that would conclude the applicant's testimony.
Okay, so then at this point, we're going to move, I'm not at general public comment for non-sworn witness. Well, you're not a witness in the case, so I'll get to the public comment in a minute, is what I'm trying to say. Is there, at this point, any rebuttal from the appellant that they want to provide as it relates to what's been presented?
Yes, Chair. Ryan Crawford has further comments.
Okay, so he'll provide rebuttal testimony or comment? Okay, we can do that now. Ma'am, if you want to sit down for, I'll get,
It's hard for me to walk, so.
oh, okay,
It's okay.
okay.
Okay, I think there's a couple things that are important to note. In general, this is like an argument over methodologies, but it's really proving something with your water and your effects of the water. 6 hours of pumping for a project under really no circumstances have I ever done in projects I've done many dozen municipal wells, dozens and dozens of irrigation wells, domestic, every kind you can imagine. Public supply wells, at least, have a standard where you really have to prove you're not going to affect your neighbors adversely. What is that number? I guess we're throwing the number up here is 10% is some theoretical impact, I guess, in this conversation. 24 hours is a basic standard usually for that, to see that at whatever rate you're doing, you're not having a cumulative impact. If Lucchettes are already pumping, they already have been pumping, and that's what they've been doing over time, and they've established that. What is the cumulative drawdown with another well going online? There's no actual evidence in a 6-hour pump test. It's a theoretical simulation. There was no measuring of adjacent wells to see what that actually did. It was just one point in one location with drawdown in it. There's a couple of other things to note here. The methodology assumes something called an unconfined condition. So unconfined meaning the groundwater just isn't under pressure at all. It's not confined by anything. It just basically equilibrates to the atmosphere as you pump. However, if you look at all the logs, except for this particular log, which is interesting, but all the other logs in Coyote Valley show 5, 10, 20 or more feet of clay and silt at the surface, semi-confining the groundwater. When a groundwater system is partially confined or fully confined, the actual interference and the effects that go laterally out go much, much farther than an unconfined system. So those are the two main things, really, is it was never proven. I didn't, for clarification, reach out to the Comstocks. It just purely was monitoring the wells for the Lucchettes, but was told that there was proof that they had, because I requested that. I would love to have collaboration with any other wells nearby that makes for a much greater study and is actual evidence of interference between two entities. So right now, we don't have that. We don't have that. There is no actual evidence that there isn't going to be material harm to water levels within the Lucchetti Ranch. So that's just my opinion, and I'm happy to talk about many of the concepts within that.
Thank you. Is there any other rebuttal?
Thank you.
What was that? Okay, okay. Okay, Eric, go ahead with any rebuttal related to what was presented.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. One is that the applicant explained that there has been a pre-construction survey done. I just wanted to say that a pre-construction survey is a mitigation measure. It's not a study that you use for planning. So having that done doesn't replace planning surveys that weren't done. And then the other item was about the survey area. They said they didn't understand why I said that the survey area was not complete. And I glossed over that for time, but to clarify, the reason I said that is that the initial survey area did include all of the access roads, and there's been a lot of talk about access roads. The later surveys did not include any of those access roads. And those access roads are a part of the project, as we've all been talking about. They're an integral part of it, so you can't just gloss over that and say that you've covered the entire project area. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lucchetti?
Couple points of clarification. Yeah, sorry. Let me get up here. Okay, a couple of points of clarification, and perhaps the county staff from CDC can clarify and confirm what I'm about to tell you. The Guanac Valley Resort has entered into an agreement with the Comstock Ranch that's been formalized as part of the approval of the resort to use the Guanac Valley Grange Road connector from the Guanac Ranch through the Comstock Ranch to Grange Road, which will touch over part of, not all of, the road that we use to access the ranch, just the beginning of it. That's been formalized in the permit approval for the Guanac Valley Resort, and that is not a matter of speculation, and it isn't a matter of my going out of my mind and saying, oh, I'm imagining something that could happen in the future. It's part of their approval. They couldn't get approval without it, and it was a stipulation of the State Attorney General's office, it was a stipulation of several other parties, and agreed to in the final EIR, the PEIR, the programmatic EIR for the resort, which means we have an unresolved evacuation road that it touches on our ranch roads, including the Comstock roads, where the combined impact of everything, evacuating the 40 cars a day at peak summer, the Luchetti's going in and out, Comstock's going in and out. Coast Guard's not currently in use, but y'all just suggested it should go to the tribe and may soon be in use by the tribe. Going to the Noise Ranch, all go over these roads, and these matters have not been resolved in a cumulative impact study, which is required by CEQA. This isn't my imagination. This isn't speculation. It's factual, and it's based on what's been approved in that PEIR. Now, I'd like CDC to verify that.
Sir, you need to address the board.
I'd like the board to ask CDC to verify what I just said. It has been approved in the Guanac Valley PEIR.
Okay, the board will, I'll direct.
I'm asking.
Okay. All right, that's your comment at this point?
Well, I haven't made all my comments. I have some more comments.
Okay, go ahead and finish your.
To make. Okay. After the drought of 1976 and 1977, we used to pump, we have the senior-most water right in the basin. We have a 320 acre-feet water right to pump out of Pewter Creek. When we first came to the area in the 1960s, you could irrigate our pasture, 110 acres of irrigated pasture, from that water right. Over time, as in my opinion, Hidden Valley started to get built out, people poked more holes in the ground, more wells were put in place, and I also personally believe there has been some form of climate change. You can no longer get through an irrigation season pumping out of the creek. You have to pump out of wells. The tipping point was the drought of 76 and 77, which was the first part of this the change in the water resource availability in the area. And that's when we drilled 2 wells, 500 feet apart, each producing 650 to 700 gallons a minute. And when the Pewter Creek well pump that we use to pump out of Pewter Creek, when we run the course on that, and the water in the creek's not sufficient to run the pump, it's about 2,500 gallons a minute, we turn it off and we go to the wells. From the beginning, in 76 and 77, in dry years, our 2 wells, which have automatic pump shut-off safety devices on them to preserve the wells if there's shortage of water. If you're pumping in a dry year, one will shut the other off. This has been true since the 1970s. consistently, and particularly troublesome in the last number of years where we had a lot of drought years, and, from the Valley Fire to present. If you run in a dry year, our two wells shut each other off. You add another well 500 feet away, that's gonna shut off. So this is not my imagination. This is factually what we're experiencing in our field conditions. This is what's really going on. And then the last thing I'd like to say is, I do appreciate Erin Cherry's comment very much, and I want to tell the board, I agree with her. We both love that valley and that environment and support that environment. This isn't an indictment of their growing cannabis. These are questions about how their project could affect the viability of our organic beef production business and our quality of life in the valley. And there are details that need to be resolved. It's not an indictment of what they're trying to do or a statement that we cannot work it out and figure out how to solve these problems. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucchetti. Now, at this point, does CDD have any rebuttal?
Thank you. During the review process, the Fire District, CAL FIRE, and Lake Office of Emergency Services expressed no concern regarding this road. As the board is well aware, the road will serve as an option for evacuation should there be a needed evacuation from the Gwinnett Valley project in the years when it does get to full size. It's an option, it's not an assumed, because there are so many criteria that are evaluated by our first responders to pick the safest evacuation route. And so because it is that slim, it does not count as a daily road trip that would establish a level of, or hit the threshold of significance in CEQA, which would require a traffic study. So no traffic study was required.
Okay. Any other rebuttal regarding this matter from CD?
We do not typically require biological surveys on existing roads that already get traffic for other purposes. We do require biological studies to cover the project where those impacts would be.
Okay, so that would conclude.
Additionally, the appellant's biologist made reference to the studies being so old. This project has been in the works for a number of years.
Can I take a time for a second?
One you can, a break.
Okay, we're gonna.
And we do not require additional biological surveys once the project is under review.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and I know we need to take a break. How many additional folks are here for public comment? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe.
6.
6. So we're going to take a short break at this point.
5 minutes.
Try to take 5 minutes. Thank you. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Put my shoes back on.
All right, I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And before I go to public comment, I just want to confirm from both the appellant and the staff that any sworn witnesses that you had that you wanted to provide sworn testimony have had an opportunity to do that. Correct on the appellant's side? Staff, you've had an opportunity to present anything? Okay, so with that being resolved, we're going to open it up to public comment, and these comments are going to be restricted to 3 minutes on the public comment. And I know we have 6 people. Ma'am, did you want to go first? Okay. So you'll state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Johanna, if you could start the timer.
So my name is Glennis Dunbar. I live about 4 miles south of Middletown on a dirt road of private easements. And I'm not here to support cannabis. I don't support it. I don't think it's a good thing. However, I want to share my own experience with living next to both legal and illegal grows. And we've had illegal grows from one about 200 feet from our house, the other about half a mile away. And during that time, there was lots of traffic on the road that goes through our property, of lots of people that you never saw again, whether they were coming to buy or they were seasonally coming to work. And a lot of them were rather sketchy looking folks that just kind of passed through, which is not a comfortable feeling as a property owner. We had concerns about pesticides getting into the year-round stream, and other kinds of worries, which we don't have anymore. Just sort of, you wake up one morning and notice you're not thinking about those things anymore. There's very limited traffic. They're consistent people. You don't necessarily become friends with them, but you don't worry about them because they come all the time. In terms of odor, we did have problems with the grow 200 feet away that was illegal. They are since gone. They didn't choose to legalize. And the grow that's about a half a mile away, we never smell. And part of the consideration around odor, I think, has to do with wind direction. And certainly for us, the wind comes out of the west. I don't know that that's true everywhere in Lake County, but because of that, I think the wind is our helper, and the odor risk is much less than I ever would have guessed. So we experience no odor from a much larger grow than we had before. And I guess the other thing I would say is that ranches, both like the Lucchettes and the Comstocks, are endangered species these days. This is very challenging for a family to work together to sustain a property over time. And what is often happening is those same ranches, the offspring aren't interested, they can't, or the financials aren't there, and they end up selling them, and that whole way of life goes away.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next person in the room. State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board. Tom Lasik. I just want to touch on one aspect of this, and that is the road safety and safety in general. The staff presented the internal roads. There was one of the concerns is that there is a bridge there that has to be crossed, and it needs to be rated for, I think, 75,000 pounds. I'm not sure if that has been discussed. I'm also concerned with what I would call not really a clear answer. I'm sure the fire district did not respond with an inspection, but to assume that that was somehow a sufficient review of the safety, I think is is not quite accurate. The main thing I do want to point out, though, and spend most of my time on, is the lack of a safety study. This happens repeatedly. CDD refers to, and the document they refer to when they talk about meeting the 110 VMT threshold is called the Technical Advisory on Evaluating Transportation Impacts in CEQA, which comes from the California Department of it's OPR. And that document does have advisories for evaluating transportation impacts of CEQA, but it's for air pollution. It's for greenhouse gas emissions. It's for where to put bus stops and bike lanes to reduce our carbon footprint. It's not meant to evaluate safety. And in fact, within that document, I think it's section G, it very specifically says don't use this document as an evaluation for safety, and that you should use other documents. Now, that document came out in 2018, and since then, Caltrans has put out other documents that basically say you need to consider safety. And unfortunately, this has been a categorical boilerplate document. If you look at any M&D for the last 5-6 years, you'll see almost the exact same language over and over and over again, referring to this document as a reason not to do a safety study. And so they're using the wrong document the wrong way for the wrong reasons. And we are talking about evacuation for simultaneous ingress and egress of responders at the same time. People do need to evacuate. It wasn't studied. It is a dead-end road, which is a 4290 concern. They do not evaluate roads outside the property, which is not supposed to be the way that's interpreted. And as has been mentioned already, it's not wide enough. So I'm just concerned that there hasn't been the study, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person for public comment.
Good afternoon. I am Robert Hall. I've been a resident of Lake County for 53 years. I own 75 acres, 4.5 miles south of Middletown. I've known Comstocks for the time I lived here. He's a great public servant. So on our road, we had 2 illegal grows, one to the east and one to the west. The one to the east, the fellow solved the problem by dying. It ended his career. The one to the west continued to be illegal. And then one day, 6 fish and game vehicles, the sheriff, another 1 or 2 came roaring in, put him in handcuffs, and stopped his operation. He learned his lesson. He became legal. His property is within 200 yards of mine. And he's been a great neighbor the whole time. Odor was never an issue, water was never an issue. Before he was legal, we used to have the itinerant cleaners to come in and clean up his crop. There are all kinds of vehicles going in and out day and night. All that ended when he became legal. So I encourage the board to deny the appeal and let the process go forward so Comstocks can put their crop in and generate some revenue for their property. So what's worse? Another thing that's happening out in, I don't even know the name of it, where this development is pending. You want to see Comstock take its 1,600 acres and add a golf course or 2 and condominiums and hotels and all that stuff? I'd say no, that would really ruin the character of our country or our county. So you have a case where Comstocks have been here their entire life, multiple lives. And you have some other people that have multiple properties that don't have the investment in this community that the Comstocks do. Comstock was 2 terms as supervisor here, did a great job. So I encourage the board to deny the appeal and allow the process to go forward and grant him a general use permit to grow some cannabis. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person.
How you doing? My name's Robert Loudermilk. I've known the Comstocks since the early 60s. Went to school with Jim and his wife Colleen. The cannabis deal, if that's what they want to do, if they're doing it legally, I can't see why anybody would want to stop them. I have nothing but confidence in Jim. The water issue, we've owned property, my family, on Pewter Creek since 1960. At no year have I ever not been able to go out there, dig down 18 inches and find water. So I guess I'm befuddled by the experts, but you know, maybe they know more than I do. Anyway, I'm just in Jim Comstock's corner.
Thank you, sir. Next person. Did we have more? Not seeing any more. Do we have anyone online? Or ma'am, come up. No, I want to finish in the room and then.
Hello, Chair and Board. My name is Sarah Bodner, and I'm a land use consultant that has worked on dozens of projects throughout Northern California since legalization occurred. I've had the pleasure of working with the Comstock family and Ned during the last 5 years on their journey on this project. Through my work, I've encountered difficult, complicated, and controversial projects that have required many delays, modifications, and compromise. So I'm no stranger to the dance that legalization has presented and the struggle of it. I said yes to working on the Rancho Lake project because it was not difficult or complicated. It was the ideal application. A local family and farming partner committed to the land and this county. Flat, previously disturbed ag land with abundant water, and a thoughtful and ecologically minded farm plan located in a low-density valley with few neighboring residences. This project checks every box, meets all local and state regulations, and has been studied and monitored by stand-up environmental specialists. If this use permit were just about land use policy or the smell of skunks in the country, it would be a straightforward, fast-tracked yes. However, it took this long not because of any issues or flaws with the project itself, but because it was submitted at a really crowded time. It was in a long queue of projects, and the use permit over time was handled by multiple county staff due to changes in turnover here. Personally, I stayed with it over the years because it's one of the good ones, and because this county staff team demonstrated its commitment to giving it fair consideration and following the due process. Thank you to the Community Development Department for that. When the use permit finally moved through the county's due process, it was a resounding yes from staff and from the Planning Commission. The only true opposition is from one man who has not found purchase with a single one of his claims about the violation of the land use policies or its impacts. So he's lobbied false claims about the project, bad faith arguments, and untruths about his own organic certifications for one purpose, to stall a verdict that he simply doesn't want. He's done everything he can and exhausted public resources to try to stop this project from reaching its due approval, and he's run out of options. His goal is trying to control what his neighbors do with their property and how they do it. But this is America, and if there's one thing we have the right to, it's the freedom to pursue the use of private property that follows the laws of this land. To that end, I respectfully ask that this board support the findings of staff and the Planning Commission and every agency consulted, and deny this baseless appeal and say yes to the Rancho Lake use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else in the room? State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Ned Fussell. I'm the operator and co-applicant for Rancho Lake LLC. I am one of the original founders of CannaCraft, a cannabis business in Santa Rosa that employs over 400 union employees. throughout the state from Santa Rosa to San Diego. We manufacture and distribute to over 600 licensed dispensaries around the state. I want to start by stating that cannabis is a plant medicine, and now with the new rescheduling on the federal level, in the coming years, cannabis will be regulated through the FDA as medicine. For over 10 years, we have manufactured and produced medical products for hundreds of thousands of patients around the state, from everything from childhood epilepsy, cancer patients, to folks dealing with different types of pain and inflammation. For reference, over 50% of the raw material my company has utilized to make this medicine has come from Lake County. While I have started many businesses, you will not often find me in my office. My heart is deeply rooted to in the agriculture, and I am by trade a farmer. Cannabis just happens to be one of those things we farm along with food. In 2021, I met the Comstocks, and they shared with me the rich history of their ranch, which has been in their family since 1942. They've implemented many forms of agriculture and livestock over the years. Some have been successful, others haven't. As with anything in ag and often business, your ability to pivot and adapt to markets is essential to your survival. This is a 1,627 acre ranch proposing 19.5 acres of cannabis cultivation. That is roughly 1.2% of the total land mass. The other 98% remains open ranch land, wildlife habitat, and grazing land. To me, that essentially makes this property a nature reserve owned by a single family that has cared for it for almost 100 years. Nobody cares more about the land and its inhabitants than the Comstocks. The land is ideal for farming. It's located on existing ag with no new land disturbance taking place. Years of environmental review, studies, and redesigns and conditions have already gone into this process. History is important. Families that have served this community for generations matter. Keeping this land intact and out of developers' hands personally matters to me. 5 years have gone into getting this project to this point. I have operated many acres of farms in this county for the past 5 years and have contributed millions of dollars in tax revenue to this county specifically. I hope to continue to operate here for many years into the future for the same reason that the Comstocks came here in 1942, to build something viable that can be passed down to the next generation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Was there anyone else in the room? Not seeing any, we're gonna, okay, one more.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Margot Kambara. This appeal stirs up a lot of emotion, and we see how it affects families. We see how it affects an important sector of our community, the ag community. But what's before your board is an appeal, and that appeal is on grounds of CEQA. So that means your board, with respect, needs to look at it in terms of CEQA, violations of, or shall we say, insufficiencies in the studies, insufficiencies in the reports. And this is not to say that they can't be remedied, but right now it would be premature to approve the project when the data is old. For example, it has been brought to your attention that these studies, the biological studies, are at least 5 years old. That poses a problem, especially when Director Turner has told the General Plan Advisory Committee in one of our meetings that reports, when it comes to evaluating environmental impacts, should be no older than 5 years old. I'd also like to bring to your attention CEQA section 15384 on substantial evidence. And I will try to spare you the dryness of it and just highlight what's important to this appeal. And that is, CEQA tells us substantial evidence, quote, is enough relevant information and reasonable inferences from this information that a fair argument can be made to support a conclusion, even though other conclusions might be reached. Whether a fair argument can be made that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. It is to be determined by examining the whole record before the lead agency, and that's CDD. So let's continue on. What about this substantial evidence? Quote, substantial evidence shall include facts, reasonable assumptions, predicated upon facts, and expert opinion supported by the facts. End quote. And that's precisely what the appellant team has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else in the room? I don't believe so. Okay, online, Johanna? Autumn, if you could go ahead, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, board and chair. My name is Autumn Carsey. I'm a local resident and business owner. Over the last few years, I've gotten to know the Comstock family, and I can confidently say they operate with integrity, they care deeply about this county, and they have a genuine stewardship for the land spanning almost 100 years. Ned Bucell is a well-respected entrepreneur who has helped build some of California's most recognizable cannabis brands. But more importantly than any brand or business accomplishment, Ned is a farmer who believes deeply in agriculture, community, and preserving working lands. I have reviewed the application materials and I have personally visited the Comstock Ranch. To see this property in person is to understand how ideal it is for cultivation. This is a working ranch with a long agricultural history. This matters because once families can no longer keep large agricultural properties economically viable, eventually those lands get divided, sold off, or developed. Families like the Comstocks are a part of the fabric of Lake County, and keeping ranches like this intact matters for the future of this community. This project has now gone through 5 years of studies, redesigns, environmental review, hearings, and substantial investment to comply with the county's process and CEQA requirements. The county's own staff report confirms the project exceeds setback requirements, requires no new tree removal, and includes extensive environmental protections and mitigation measures. I also want to address the concerns regarding neighboring cattle operations. This is a licensed and highly regulated agricultural operation, governed by California's pesticide, environmental, and water quality laws. There's no specific regulatory basis establishing that a properly operated cannabis farm can inherently harm neighboring livestock simply by existing nearby. Lake County has always evolved through agriculture, from pears to walnuts to wine grapes. Each generation has adapted in order to survive. Right now, we are watching vineyards across California being pulled out at historic rates, with experts projecting more than 100,000 acres could ultimately be removed statewide. Agriculture changes. The families and communities that survive are the ones that are willing to adapt. Cannabis is simply the next chapter of that agricultural story. At the end of the day, I believe this decision is about whether Lake County stands behind families, agriculture, and the integrity of its own process after 5 years of work. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope that you move to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the board for any staff questions or comments, consideration, action, etc. We'll start with Supervisor Owen.
Well, first I'd like to, I guess I better turn on my mic, sorry. First I'd like to say that this is really unfortunate that this project has divided and strained the long-term relationship between these two families. I've known both of them pretty much all of my life. I used to babysit Mr. Comstock's sister at his house, at his current house. So I've known them forever. My mother and his father were great friends. I've known Peter for many, many years. So I'm really sad that this has came to that. I'm hoping that we can find some kind of way that this can work and move forward, where both parties can give a little and both parties can still achieve what they need to achieve. I was actually raised on Grange Road. I do have some concerns about the, what I feel is probably a little bit of an inadequate well study, not that it can't be redone, and to calm those fears, but 6 hours, I do know that when I lived on Grange Road, we had a hand-dug well of 28 feet. When Hidden Valley Lake started drilling on the south side of Pewter Creek, it dropped the water table and we had to drill another well. So that's a fact, and it was quite a ways from our well, like probably a quarter of a mile, and they drilled 3 wells. So, it would be nice to kind of, I don't think it'd be that expensive to really do another well test and make sure that it's sufficient to calm the worries in that issue on water. The 4290 road requirements, I believe that it was mentioned that you were bringing those up to code when it was coming in, which I think was an issue once you start doing the drying, the processing, and the packing at the facilities. I think that needs, that's, as I understand it, should come up to the 4290. The only question is the bridge going across, and that might need some improvements, maybe some widening, I'm not sure, but if it comes to 4290, I think that could work. I'm unclear on that, if that's what was said earlier. I think that was one of my questions. The cost of the pesticide drift. This is something that actually Mr. Lucchetti is going to have to address for me. I am wondering, there's a difference in cost of your meat and the value of your product if you have organic or if you don't raise organic. You get a much higher price, you know that at the grocery store when you go in and you you buy something organic, it's more expensive. And I don't know that is sufficient. That is why I know that I believe Mr. Lucchetti had asked for the FPZ zoning change. And that would have just pushed their project back further from where it was. And I know that those old hay fields, I used to lope horses in those hay fields. And I know that there's plenty of room to do that if it would work. As far as moving the project back far enough to have the clearance to not affect the pesticide drifts that may occur, and they're going to occur. To say that you can't, to guarantee that, if it's going to affect his certification for organic, it's going to cost him money, and it's not going to be cheap. And then it's going to take many years, I would think, to get that certification back. So not saying that no on the project, absolutely not saying no, just say, can we locate it back further so that it does not affect the drift, doesn't affect the organic beef. Like I said, I'm not sure how much more per pound you get on your beef that you raise at the market for organic versus non-organic. So those are my comments that I've noticed in this.
Okay, any other board members at this point? I've got one question about, just for a clarification. So as I understand, the emergency evacuation onto this road from Gwinnett would be a third option that they would have once that's built out for an emergency, because they're still going to have 2 of their own
No, they only have
access roads?
That's Canyon. And this one.
I'd have to actually go back and take a look at that. I don't know offhand. I believe that is accurate, but I'm not positive. So
Okay, because I seem to recall that they were having to build out another road in a different direction, but is that?
And there's 2 exits.
Yes.
There's 2 exits of the project, but they're all both on Budds Canyon.
Yeah,
the
Budds
other one is
Canyon.
Grange.
Yeah,
Right.
that's it.
Okay, all right.
Just got that little horseshoe where you can go into where the village will be, or you can go where the winery currently is.
You can go right or left.
Okay. All right, and I believe I did hear information presented that there was some statements about the Rancho Lake possibly doing some improvements on that road, I thought I heard in the testimony. But go ahead, Supervisor Sabati.
I'm going to say something that might be offensive to some. This is a conversation of absolute privilege where even with close to 1,000 acres, you can't live too close where you can't figure it out. Like, it's frustrating. Like, we deal with code enforcement where people are stuck in a 50 by 100 lot, and yet here we're talking about hundreds and thousands of acres, and we can't find a way to have good neighborly situations where there's an appeal, there's a petition at the courts. Like, it's a little frustrating from my perspective in this county that deals with so much struggle that this is the conversation that takes up this much time. Pesticide drift is illegal. You are not supposed to have drift. And so that's it. And if there is, there's ramifications for that, both from us as pesticide control, I believe through the Ag Commissioner, and as anybody who is impacted by a neighbor or another person, what they do to them, there's remedies for that as well. So I don't think we should be making decisions on something that is already illegal. So I think that one, to me, I throw that one out the window. The water was a concern. I didn't hear substantive evidence to say that here's proof that it will have negative impact. All I really heard was sowing of doubt that it could have impact. And I don't think that's enough to make that change. And when you go from hay and oats to cannabis, it has a lot of similarities in the amount of water use. And I know we've been through that conversation before with the property over on Augulin Canyon in the past. And so the roads, it's already in the conditions of approval that it needs to meet 4290. I'm also looking forward to the road in general. I doubt that the Attorney General was anticipating a dirt trail as an evacuation pathway, so I'm sure it will be built out as well, which will help as a whole. I don't see any health and safety issues. What I do not like, and this is my only problem that I really have with the project, is outdoor cultivation in an appropriate area, but to me, the harshest, most, and I guess this is a way that I'm looking to see if we can find a compromise. The harshest situation in any point of a harvest is when you're drying. And what I'm seeing is a drying shed, which is a temporary building that has no air filtration, no nothing. And I guess I would prefer looking for something a bit more permanent that can help out in the area, that can filter out the smell so that it doesn't have an impact on the neighbors. Because when it's growing, it's really kind of faint. It's really kind of not as bad as when it's drying. That's when it really gets intense. So is that a possibility? Because right now you have 6 buildings, I believe, that you are planning to put on the northern edge of the cultivation for drying. And I mean, it's got some large distances from it. It's over 1,000 feet away. But I guess that's the only part to me that maybe that could be helpful. Is that something that can be phased in so that it gets better and better as the years go on? But overall, I mean, it's ag. We've been talking, we haven't finalized, but we've been talking about setbacks. We said ag, that's what it's for. It's for dirty work, it's for smelly work. I think the project is in a good location. I think the conditions of approval meet it. If there was anywhere to compromise, it would be how the drying is being planned to see if it's possible to minimize the potential smells, which again, more than 1,000 feet away. I had to find something to see if there was anywhere to be able to meet halfway, but I'm not seeing it. Now, I know there's been a couple of things being lobbed, and I guess just if you didn't know, maybe you didn't know, but you are also under oath. I did check and I did find a certification for organic. And so I've heard a lot of statements, I've read a lot of statements that say otherwise. Sometimes you got to go to the source, and I was able to find something. And so I would love for you to continue to do what you've been doing. You have a large amount of land to be able to make that happen, and I also don't want anyone telling their neighbor how to utilize their own land. We have laws, we have regulations, and your project fits within those laws and those regulations. And I hope that things get easier as we go into the future, where we're a little bit more accepting of allowing people to just farm their land and choose the crop they wish to use. And those are my comments.
Vice Chair.
I don't have much more to add other than, we do want to protect agriculture in this county, and this is agriculture on agriculture lands. This is a great project. It's very well planned. It's been taken a long time to get through the process. That's what's really unfortunate. But I have no issues with this project, and I would really like to see it move forward.
Supervisor Owen.
I had left one little thing out, but I need to first push back on my my friend here. The type of hay that they were growing, notoriously, the only type they've ever grown that I know of, is a dryland crop, which means the rains come in, they do not water it. If they were planting alfalfa, you'd have an argument. That wasn't the case. So, so
you mean weeds?
with oats. The next thing is, I would still feel better if we could have a little more information on the water, and I don't think that would be a huge ask. And then I feel as Mr. Bruno feels on the fire safety, on the drying, processing, and packing facilities. I don't know what the state requirements are on those, but I'd like to make sure that they are to standard. I believe they're supposed to have fire suppression, sprinklers maybe, I'm not sure. So just making sure that we're to code on that, because I wasn't sure if they were going completely where they were going to take them down, if they would have all of the requirements. And then the only other ask I would have that would really put the cherry on top would be, I know that drift is illegal, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So I would still I'd wonder if there was any reparations or anything if it did end up affecting the organic certification. That was, I know, a huge issue for Mr. Lucchetti, was the organic certification and not wanting to risk that. So then I would be absolutely behind it. We just need to make sure that our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed. Thank you.
Anything else from the board at this point? And I think we're potentially ready for action.
Would you be able to respond on the building and the fire safety stuff?
Yes, I can. The building would require a building permit for a temporary structure, and that would meet all of the California Building Code requirements. The purpose of these structures is to not permanently damage ag lands by having permanent structures on them, and to be able to deconstruct those after the season and not create any impermeable surfaces. But the buildings themselves, the temporary structures, would be put up to standard for California Building Code and would meet those requirements, and have a building inspector final the inspection prior to occupancy.
Okay, so that means you wouldn't have a floor in it, so you don't have to put the concrete down, which is awesome. And then what about the fire safety aspects of it and ventilation?
Sure. So sprinklers are required for an F1 occupancy, and that is for 12,000 square feet or greater of a new surface, and that does not meet these requirements. It would have to be one building meeting 12,000 square feet or greater for sprinklers. However, the project does include water dedicated to fire suppression and will be equipped with the standpipes for the fire district's connection and water on reserve specifically for defensible space and things like that.
And these are only 6,000 square feet, correct?
Yes, there are 5 structures that are 6,000 square feet each.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I just figured I'd say this. I read the report or the actual planning commission. I watched the video, and I want to support the planning commission. I want to support this project. I figured I'd just say that because you all were looking at me like, where do you stand? So I figured I'd just say it.
How'd you know?
All right, that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
So I think we're ready for some possible action.
Right now, I can't without further water information. If they're not going to commit to further water testing, I can't support it without that, without the further water testing. Not, it'll pass without me, but.
But I know it's 6 o'clock. There's annual water reports. That's part of their process, so it would give us a context of what's going on with their water, correct?
Yes, that is correct. We do receive annual progress reports during our annual compliance monitoring, and those are due to the department by June 1st of each year.
And does that give you the static level, and is it possible to, I mean, I guess what difference would it make if we run a test? Do we cancel the permit if it doesn't go through? Like, I just trying to figure out how that information can continue to come to us, because I know that we get the annual report. I guess I'll stop talking. That's. I just wanted to make that clear that we do continue getting information.
If it affects Mr. Lucchetti's wells in a negative and draws him down too much, what is it, 10% or whatever, is that also evidence that there wasn't enough? How is that handled if it negatively? Because like I said, on Grange Road, we lost our well.
We do not have requirements for annual impacts on offsite wells. We do hold them accountable to using the amount of water that they stated they were going to use, but offsite impacts, the reason why we hold them to the amount that they say they're going to use is because we have the hydrology reports that say that this will not cause the negative impact to the offsite neighbors. And so that's what we do is.
Right, and I felt that that it was insufficient, the hydrology report. A 6-hour hydrology report I felt was insufficient. And like I said, personal experience on that road, we lost our well. So that's why I'm going to stand harder on the water.
Understood. We do not have it in our code to monitor water use for offsite impacts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we have any proposed motions?
Yeah.
If I could just add one more thing, we also
ahead.
do not have monitoring of what offsite water uses are over there too.
No, they
in order to connect the sort of impacts.
Well, I think that there's a lot of monitoring going on in the valley, so that they can find out if their wells are affected. That's what I'm saying. If you could use their data.
Right. We did have that report from Vector Control regarding the flooding of the pasture next door as well. And so that's the type of water use that I'm talking about. You know, we don't control, there is no authority to oversee water use per property by the property owner.
County Council?
Yeah, so Chair, if it's if it's your will of the board, it's here on the sample motion on the board memo that was made a part of the agenda packet. Just want to add to that a bit, just to provide justifications as is standard practice for purposes of that motion. So when your board is ready, I could just need that for
We're ready.
your board's proposal, so, okay. So the motion would be, move that the Board of Supervisors deny appeal PL-26-12, upholding the Planning Commission's approval of major use permit PL-25-13 for UP 21-15, and adoption of initial study IS 21-13, and that would be based on the findings made on page 17 through 21 of the December 11, 2025 staff report, which is exhibit, I believe, A1, and page 3 to 4 of the January 8, 2026 staff report, which is exhibit A, and direct staff to prepare draft findings of fact.
I just want to correct that with initial study 2313, and so moved.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries 4-1.
Do we need to make any motion about when the findings come back, or does it just happen naturally?
Correct, that would be pursuant to the zoning ordinance. Typically, I believe it's a 45-day period within.
Yes, it was 45 days.
That would be agendized.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that concludes this item. Thank you, everyone.
Are we done yet?
And we're going to move on to our non-timed items, starting,
To the restroom really quick.
okay, we're going to take just a quick minute break.
A minute.
While they're filing out.
Couldn't just sit in the other chair, you had to move him around?
No, she said she'd be back. I have three. I'm going to start the meeting back, or continue. We're going to, 7.1, I'm going to forego calendars today, so we're not going to do those. Then I'm going to go to 7.2, and I'm requesting, that is consideration of an annual PEG presentation to the Board of Supervisors. I'm asking that we continue the PEG presentation to June 2nd. Hearing no opposition from the board, I'm going to open that up to the public. Is there anyone who wants to comment on the continuance? Nothing in the room, nothing online. Bring it back to the board. I think I have consensus to continue that, so we're good. Moving on to 7.3, consideration of memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Deputy County Council Association, LCDCCA Unit 7, and the County of Lake for May 21st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029. Mr. Carter, go ahead.
Good evening, Board. Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. Presented today for your consideration is the MOU by and between Lake County Deputy County Council Association, LCDCCA Unit 7, and the County of Lake for the period of May 21st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029. The county negotiation team and Lake County Deputy County Council Association have been meeting since the end of January 2026 and have now reached an agreement, as you are all aware. The primary changes are salary, 2.5% increase, and then the subsequent years, 3.5% COLAs. Holiday schedule aligned with the courts, attorney time off, and the vacation accrual aligned with the other lawyers.
Okay. Any questions from the board? No? Anybody from the public? Nothing in the room, nothing online. Bring it back to the board for action. Somebody ready?
So long to load these pages.
I lost it.
What's that?
My screen keeps skipping.
You want to go for it?
Move to approve the memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Deputy County Council Association, LCDCCA, Unit 7, and the County of Lake for May 21st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029.
Second.
And authorize the chair to sign.
And second.
And I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. Now thank you, Mr. Carter. I'm going to move on. That concludes our non-timed items in our open session. We're now going to go back to closed session and handle item 8.2 that we didn't get to before. That's conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E15 potential cases. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to comment on this item? Nothing in the room, nothing online. We're going to close the open meeting and go to closed session. And